we're live.
Right, just made it. The dogs just started their exactly 11 a.m. war where they're like, is he ready? Fight! And they just started going hard in the paint. All right, so we're here. Let's see. Quick admin stuff. I want to thank once again RFI Prints for all their gifts in alliance with us. Want to thank Build with Titans, and tomorrow we might run a Drunken Duck. I'm pretty sure we're gonna run a Drunken Duck, which is our Q&A. We'll probably run it around, what do you think, 1300, 1 o'clock?
Sure.
1 o'clock or this time tomorrow. Anyways, we'll figure it out as we go along. And Mouse Killer Miniatures, if anybody's watching them, I'm gonna do an interview with them at 8 o'clock Pacific time on Thursday. So I'm just gonna run into that one completely in the blind, and we'll see what happens. But as everybody pops in today, we'll say hi to you guys. We got a pretty big crew today, and there's a lot going on. But let me just say one thing for the parties that are completely lost in the sauce. So, you guys get pulled down into hell, right? You guys know that Zariel released Tiamat into the Faerun, right? We're all tracking that one. She seems like a terrible lady. And then, as you spend a year, she pulled Elturel down into hell. That's a whole city. That's not chill at all. And, the dog war just showed up in here. I can't fix it. I surrender, dogs. I surrender. So you know that while you're in hell, your only real leads are the Bleeding Citadel and the Sword of Zariel, right? You know that you don't have a lot to go on. There's like a sense of hopelessness or whatever, and you're not sure what's going on. One second. I have to, every time the stream starts, I have to get the dogs. I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
Jeez, finally.
And then we had dead air. What are we doing?
Take over, Skylar. Take over, Skylar. Come on. You're the one in charge.
I'm the one in charge of the stream. Let's talk about the cons that we're talking about maybe going to.
Time, they do it every time. I can't get a win. I gave him a bone. I was trying to time everything. I was like, all right, so we got a new puppy. Everybody's tracking. So I'll try to time giving them a bones, but they'll chew through it at like 10:59. And they're like, is he ready? Is he ready? Like, attack! They go hard in the paint. Those poor babies. Okay. But yeah, is there anybody else we missed in terms of thanking folks?
I just want to thank everybody who's followed in the last week. We're sitting at 231 of our current goal to 300. Our goal for the year is to get to 500. So I think we're kicking ass right now. So get the word out. We'll keep this train running.
Yeah.
It's wild. It's wild.
It's been fun. So, yeah, if anybody notices, one thing that's important is, it's a stream, but it's really just a bunch of friends that have been together since about, like, what February of 2019 is when we started this thing. There was some sort of existential crisis going on at that time. I can't remember, but we all came together and started doing this and building upon it. So thanks everybody for doing this, but bottom line is it's just a crew of people that are trying to bring a tabletop experience together as we're all adulting in life. So I'll put as many cameras down on the terrain that we build and stuff like that, but in the end, ask questions and we'll all help ourselves through Dungeons and Dragons during a really great time. I just want to say hail Hasbro if I can. I'm a huge fan of imperial capitalism, so let's do this, followers. All right, more licensing. Huge fan. Just kidding. Love Elon Musk. Let's do this. All right, let's press. So recap. I have this all written down in case anybody got confused, because we almost came apart in our whispers and chats trying to figure out what's going on in Avernus. So you know that Zariel has been the cause to all of this stuff in terms of a recap. Your leads, as you should be feeling confusion, especially the barbarians that got sucked into the Avernus out of nowhere. The barbarians, you should feel confusion. You don't know what's going on, but Torm is slightly there with you with sort of clues as Torm's trying to get from Mount Celestia to get to you. And you know that the answer somewhere is the Bleeding Citadel and the Sword of Zariel. And that's for both parties. You're both getting clues and pointers that maybe even for the other party, for Valanthe and Connor, and sword.man@gmail.com, Willie Dragonoff. Are we just doing Dragonoff? Are we dropping the Willie? Are we going with this? How do you want to be described? Sir William of Dragonoff?
Dragonoff is fine. I don't need to
Dragonoff. Got it. All right, noted. You guys, through Lulu, you were told to go find, when you went up to the Candlekeep, Silveria Savicus gave you guys her thesis on what's going on in hell. And the bottom line is, Zariel went down there. She's a super powerful being. She had put Tiamat in her place with the help of Asmodeus and stuff like that. So she's pretty powerful. And you guys fought Tiamat when Tiamat wasn't even at her strongest. So that's something important to know if you just want to face Zariel head on right now. That would not be wise. But through Lulu that as her memories are coming back, that there's something about the sword, whether it's a way to barter with Zariel, whether it's the way to destroy Zariel, whether it's some key to getting Elturel back, that's your lead. So you guys don't have a really big why right now, and that's part of the anxiety, the stress of what's going on in the Avernus. Okay, you guys are just well, we keep staying on this breadcrumb, and then we'll all figure it out as we figure it out. So, Connor's party, Valanthe, swordsman Epione, and Henry. The last you guys were playing, you met Ralzala, a Dao, underneath the Demon Zapper. And she basically said that if you can help her out, she will gain you an audience with Bell. And she made it clear that Bell does not take kindly to Zariel. And that Bell would have a good way to either release Elturel or get you out of your current crisis. But Bell she said that I have a way to get you an audience if you'll help me out. And she said, you need to go speak with Red Ruth. And then you guys went to Red Ruth. You guys met a green hag who is red. Stay with me on this. So you guys met a green hag who's a super tall witch lady, and she asked you guys hey, if you guys can go hook me up with a bath at the Wandering Emporium, I'll tell you, the information you need to know. And you guys went and did that. And then you guys, what'd you guys do? You guys ran into your first Mad Max fight where you ran into Bitter Breath and Epione, and you guys all worked together to fight off a bone devil, and they're really strong. If you look them up in the old E-Monster Emmanuel, they're pretty tough solo. But that dang repelling blast pushed off the bone devil. And I tell you, I went into Google and I tried to nerf repelling blast, but you just can't do it. But what I did nerf in the process, unfortunately, was our poor Manu, who had been dragging people more than 10 feet for the past a few months, and that's only one 10-foot pull. So sorry, during the process of updating AFIs, you got nerfed by accident.
Oops. It's okay.
Let's see.
Brutal.
Yeah, once per turn. I love raw, and I love sticking by written rules as written. I think, Connor, you taught me that. If it doesn't say it exactly in the sentence, it is what it is.
I'm also cool with it. That's why when you told me, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. The weird thing about repelling blast is you can push Tiamat 50 feet. You can push a Tarask 50 feet. And I'm just are you sure about that? So we might campaign 2 make some adjustments.
So are you inadvertently saying it's my fault you've nerfed Manu?
Yeah. No, it's always your fault. Yeah. So Barbarian Party. Barbarian Party. You guys were told to go to the spawning tree. You drove around in this new ship called the Reichwave, and you get to the spawning tree, and another confusing. But regardless, Torm is putting you on some sort of path where you ran into Crickendolt, I think his name was. And you guys find out through investigation that there's some mad wizard. There's a mad wizard in a boiling lake of blood. Boop, boop, beep, boop, starts describing Mordenkainen, and you guys are like, oh, he's back. Right? So Mordenkainen plane shifts from different places all over the multiverse or the universes, the multi-planes of the Faerun. And they put you on the path to that. And Crickendolt's like, yeah, I know where that's at. And Fedge, I think, one of your kobolds, also is like a flight navigator. He's been around town a few times. So I'm already sick of hearing my voice. So I think we're gonna get started with this next session. Or with this next session as Connor and Valanthe, Epione, because she had a really tough shift last night. She's been, picking up the weight. We'll say she's carrying there for a little bit. That's good. And then so she's trying to pray and stuff and connect with Mount Celestia and Lathander inside the War Machine. While you guys roll up in your Infernal War Machine, I think it's called a Bone Grinder or Demon Grinder or something. Lantaurus is driving this thing. He's like affixed to it now. And you roll up to what appears to be a horseshoe of 9 Infernal War Machines, with the front end of it open, with some netting on the outside, and some of various denizens of Avernus kind of milling about the outside. And if you remember, the cartographer's map goes, Mahadi's Wandering Emporium has a knack for showing up just when you least expect it. But in this case, like Red Ruth told you where it was going to be, so there's another loophole in this thing, so you knew it was going to be there, and you find it. Like, love you, Chris Perkins out there, but this one you need to have a high cerebral capacity to run it. So as you guys roll up onto this horseshoe of what looks like a market or a bazaar in the middle of a barren wasteland, a collection of brightly colored tents. As you can see, I paint them brightly brown on the map. So just, we're going to imagine that they're red and blue and stuff. A collection of brightly colored tents stand clustered together, creating an oasis of comfort amid the dread landscape of Avernus. Huge infernal war machines form a horseshoe about the tents, with curtains made of small rectangular iron plates and lamps dangling from chains, strung between them. Soft, lilting music and wondrous smells drift across the hot winds, inviting a closer look. So as you guys have smelled an acrid, smell of iron and blood and things like that, like, ooh, some lavender incense things, some patchouli and stuff like that start coming out of this place. You guys, so as you've been driving along, you'll see an oasis and it like disappears, and you're like, God damn, this place sucks, and there's pestilence everywhere, swarms of like bugs. And as they get closer, they'll have like, Steve Forbes' face on them. You know what I mean? You're like, well, that's a weird bug. And then Steve Forbes, you make them fly away. But this weird place stays affixed. And you're like, yeah, that's right. Red Ruth was right. And you get closer and you start seeing signs as you get closer, like, and they're written in all different language. All are welcome here. No fighting, no spell castings, no exception. And you realize that this is one of those very few safe places, or safe house, as it were, in Faerun. So, without further ado, Fury, your guys' busted up Sherman, kind of slowly parks. There's chains on the inside of this thing. But you're getting used to the harpoon. You know, Volante's been on the crew serve weapon, like staring outside intently. Willie Dragunov, you're putting wraps on your body. You've just been getting your shit kicked in for like sessions, trying to be the tank. Connor died for like the first time in 300 years as an elf, you know, so you're kind of just taking last 2-3 hours getting your shit in a sack. Henry, you've been just crushing it, tanking, shooting spells, positive energy everywhere, just, you know, shields of faith and all your radiant stuff. But you feel the tank kind of stop, and Lantoris taps down and points down. It's just like, I think we're here. And you get outside and you see this bazaar out in front, and I'll stop you guys there at the point of whoever wants to dismount first. If you guys would like to do the take a knee, what is it we're doing here conversation, you know, have at it. But Connor, you start coming back to life. You start getting like, whoo, all right, John Wick's back, maybe Keanu leaves. Trademark, copyright, creator content, OGL, Hail Hasbro.
I'm like, God, seriously, guys, what's happened? Like, sorry, I've just not been with it.
A lot.
Good morning, Sunshine. You missed the fight.
I didn't miss it. I was dead.
Still missed it. I mean, dead or not dead. Yeah, so recap, we'll do like a little Scooby-Doo.
All things.
And everything that you just, said.
Yeah.
So,
Hell Wasp, that was legit. You went paralyzed. Let's not forget. You've got one of those, you remember Taranga Leela from Futurama, where she has a hole from the bee sting? Like, you've got this gigantic gaping hole. Like, yeah, I got stung by a wasp. I bit by a wasp? I don't know.
That's a big wasp.
Yeah, you missed a bit. Anyway, I learned how to shoot a cool new gun, so that's fun. And now apparently we're at like the bazaar of the bazaar right now.
You have to forgive me.
Can I say one more thing? Oh no, I'll let you guys do perception checks. Okay, disregard.
You want us to do a perception checks?
No, not if you don't want to. Shoot.
A hint.
As like a panel opens up in the tank, like do a perception check, and it closes back up. My bad.
I got to use both hands for this.
Deus Ex Machina perception. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna bring my dice with me into the kitchen.
Is that what a Deus Ex Machina means? Is that what that means?
Well, I mean, quite literally, God in the machine. Like, if God's voice just came down into the war tank, then yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay, I use cliches and things like intensive purposes. You know what I mean? I don't know what it means for all intents and purposes. I know what it, but I would say things for years and people be like, "You're not saying that right." But
I just want you to know that I got called out by my running partner yesterday during the middle of the race on the number of times I use a big word, but I can't actually pronounce it. So it's a big mood, dude.
Circumlocution. Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, let's see if this dice wants to be nice today.
Okay.
9 plus 25.
25. Well, interesting fact. Your perception, would you get?
35.
Okay. As the elves start like
11.
switching on and looking at this thing, Lemon, you guys have seen these tents in Phandalin. Like when you walked in and you saw that refugee camp in Phandalin the last time you were there, Connor, these are the same exact tents that you saw there.
Ooh, was that the traders that came across with loads of stuff?
They were like awkwardly in Phandalin when you guys were in Phandalin, and then it disappeared as soon as Ashardalon showed up. Yes. Uh-oh, secret messaging. Here it comes.
No.
Here comes the DM trap.
No. Well, I'll turn to the rest of us and go. I know I've just been slightly unconscious for a while, and I may be imagining things. So take this with a pinch of salt. But those tents, they were in Flanders, just as with all the trouble hit. The travelling merchants that were they were a little bit out of place. People remember that?
Traveling merchant mode. It's hard to, when you have a 5 o'clock or a 5-day shadow, to keep a mustache taped to your face. As you
you didn't shave for this?
I always shave.
No.
For Blue Book standard, I shave every morning.
So do I.
Yeah. Don't make me laugh too, because the mustache will come off. I can't smile.
So to answer your question, yes, I noticed that was peculiar. You sure they're the same tent?
You see a giant red tent that you've definitely seen before, and that's the one where Asa went into and made all sorts of deals, and Zesus. That's where Zesus went in and made, like, that was his last appearance in the campaign. Rest in peace, Zesus. You know? Yeah. Wasn't that Zesus?
No, it was Laz. It was
Laz was, what was it? It was another Z.
Zephyr.
Yeah, which means like crawling winds with ants on it. Something very Greek.
Mention that.
I look like Poirot. I don't. Anyways, so this guy might be more French. Poirot.
Kind of look like
You look like a skinny Ron Jeremy.
Prove it.
Ron Jeremy's life choices are catching up to him really fast right now. Don't they? So as you guys start doing this perception check and you recognize the red tent coming up, you see Poirot. You see a taller man with like woolen robes, very colorful, very vibrantly colorful robes come out. He's got like very well kempt hair. He's clearly got a curly Q mustache, and you see him, walking out, and the denizens that were outside, you see him gradually, welcoming into this place, as it appears that the Wandering Emporium is just being set up. You see various tall poles being set up in different places. See like a couple salamanders running around, and you can see in the distance they're like stoking some large furnace, and they're like looking very like oiled and greased, and they're running around with various plumb bobs and things like that that was a B-52 call out to their vehicles and working on things. And you see people scurrying and setting up a morning energy emporium, but you see this guy with the windswept, and his robes are blowing off to the side, but he looks like a very powerful being. Like he's definitely the owner of this place. He stands about 6.5 feet tall, and he walks out and he like opens up his hands, and you could see him like, come to me. You can hear him barely over the sound of your war machine that Lantoris is keeping idling, just in case you guys need a DD Mao. That's a throwback term that my father would say as I was a young lad, to leave quickly.
Is this the same guy? Do we recognize this guy from Flandlin as well?
Did you go inside the tent?
No. So you didn't come out of the tent?
Did anybody go in the tent? Henry, did you go in the tent? You recognize Mahadi. Like, you recognize the guy. Yep, he's super. Yeah. Yep, you recognize him. But you see him, and then he sees you coming out, and he's like, you see him put his hands together, and he's like, oh, and you can't hear his voice over the sound of things. cheesecake in the morning. You see him, backing up into the perimeter of the place, and he keeps like beckoning. You can't hear him until I'm leaving your guys' agency to be like, nah, F this place. It looks too cool, and I'm leaving.
Oh, we'll walk up and introduce ourselves.
Okay. He sees you like, oh. He's like, Henry, welcome back. Oh, it's so wonderful to see you. What brings you to the Avernus?
Story. I don't know if you're tracking. Elturel is kind of here now.
Oh, it's all the rage. All the monsters are passing through, and they're heading to this resource of souls. Wonderful. Come. Get in. As he looks around, like, it's disgusting out here, and he's like, come. Like it's like, imagine it's like a super cold night, and they're trying to bring you in from this mustache is just going to be all over the place. So just stay with me on this thing.
It does end up on the side of your cheek at one point today.
It's over here. The mole keeps moving. Okay.
It's the best mustache ever.
I can't stop smiling.
So, as we enter the tent, Connor, are you behind me?
Yep.
Or you're? I'm under my breath to Connor and Valente and be like, "Hey, we need some information. This is the guy, or he's one of the guys, but he's definitely gonna. So let's drill this guy, so to speak."
I mean, I have many talents. I don't know if that's one of them.
He's like, that'll cost you a few soul coins. But other than that, I just need to make it very clear that there's no fighting. This is a safe place. My patron Asmodeus has made it clear that nobody fights in this location. Is that okay? And like, before all of you, a very simple icy stone appears in your hand, and it's just very simple. There's no fighting, blah blah blah, no exceptions. It's a very simple, like, put your X here. It ends up in your hands. And
sounds like a long rest.
Fine line that it's just like, if you break this rule, you at level 18 turn it into a pit fiend and work for Asmodeus for all eternity.
I'm gonna
level
look
18 already. Oh, thanks.
I'm gonna side eye Connor. I can't side eye good. I will go and sign.
I'll sign.
I'll sign.
Signs, and for the time being, there's like a little bit of a gauntlet of ice that's about this long that seals across your hand as you enter it. And it's like, you're in the club.
Okay.
Right. So yeah. You got a wristband. You got a wristband. So everybody gets a wristband. He's like, but on the inside, like, you hear like the music is going. There's various, bing a dang, a bing ding dang, a bing dang. And he's like, of course, there's Barovians here. You're totally tracking that. And he's like, as he looks around, he's like, Henry, it's so wonderful to see you. I just see, the same ice devils or whatever, and he puts his arms around your shoulder. And he's like, I must, yes, please, welcome. The Infernal Rapture is at your service for a small contract. That is my establishment, as you are very well aware of. And he points at, you see a huge tent that's very ominous to the other tent. It's like, Fire Snake Forge is at your service. And you see two salamanders banging away at a huge forge. And he's like, weapons, armors, repair kits to that, infernal war machine. Without adequate armor, I can tell. Without adequate weapons, I can tell. He's like, Bernie, there's the whatever. And he looks over and he looks again. And then he's like, Fet Allah is a courier. Fet Allah can send messages from across Faerun. Amongst other things, you can talk to Fet Allah. You see like this really fat demon with these huge robes, kind of scurrying, setting up a tent that looks like a bit of like a postal agency. There's various imps that you see him tying things off, and the imps go flying away. And he's like, there's a big sign up that's called "From Here to Avernus." He's like, and then acres away, if you have acre that you'd like to sell. And he's like, and then Zenar's larva farm. Don't go there. He's like, please, 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 the infernal rapture. It's ahead. And he looks at you and he's like, ooh. He's like, ooh. And he walks up and he's like, what is this white? What is this armor? And he walks up to the samurai and he's like, ooh, new to the party, I see. Oh, who is this lovely lady? As he looks up to Valente and he's like, I see. Your party's like, you must come to Infernal Rapture for an excellent spa. I will take care of you. What is this? What's happening right now? He doesn't look like, he looks way more well kept than the shit show that I'm putting on. But he gathers you, and you can tell he's forcefully bringing you to the Infernal Rapture.
So, the Infernal Rapture. I heard you guys do spas. We got a friend who needs bath.
There's so much more, but can I please tell you on the inside? You know how it goes. Everything here works for my patron, dear Asmodeus.
Objections? From
and it's like Prince Ali, fabulous he, as like the Infernal Rapture opens up, and there's just like people spinning, spitting fire, like you see, weirdly enough, like as you look in, creatures from across you see aliens you've never seen before, like boop 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 boop. Like you see all sorts of, like, this club is lit AF. Like you see pouring shot glasses from people from Destin, that somehow drank so much they got sucked into the multiverse. You see Gith Yankee, you see like crazy shit in here, and he's just like, please come in, sign over there if you will.
What are we signing now?
So you see, like, he's like, it's okay. But I must tell you, anything you purchase in here, you must, or like anything that you do, you pay for. Or of course, Asmodeus owns you for eternity, past level 18, or But please come in. But please sign it. But please, you must pay for anything that you get the sense that in the Spearmint Rhino, it can get you can go a little too far, and there's the ATM machine is your soul. Okay, so like, keep your wits about yourself, like he's
and
like.
That's how you get the call sign Kilo.
Nice. So, do a wisdom check on this. What is? I'm curious about I'm trying to decipher what he's trying to get from us. Like, is it soul, or is there something else?
Go for it.
23.
Mahadi is genuinely neutral AF, and you could probably ask him as Henry, who is the Archbishop of Waterdeep.
The Archbishop. I love it.
The Archbishop of sorry. Okay, full disclosure, I was having mad technical issues prior to this about an hour ago, so I just like surrendered and just went to the grape juice. You know what I mean? I was like, you know what? Whatever happens today happens. We're just gonna have a great session with our friends and grape juice energy from the land of Bordeaux.
I like it.
So he's genuine in business.
Okay.
As far as you know right now with that, you're in a safe place. As a matter of fact, with your 23 insight, every feeling of hopelessness is gone as soon as you enter. Did everybody sign the contract, by the way? The second contract. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
No, we were finding out. No, before we sign it, I want to find out what signing this contract actually means.
Okay, so bottom line, administratively, if you were to sit there, so roll a intelligence check on this thing, because it is long. If you want to go through all the trifold, so up front it's like happy faces, emojis, sign this, great, happy times. but on the back there is shit tons of times.
17.
So
It seems like a lot of tiny words and great times. Anybody else want to do a check with him as he's staring at it? Anybody want to? But you can sign it if you like. That's not enough.
I want to grill.
Okay.
I got an 18 was all I got.
Okay. Well, I forget. This is a level 8 at this stage. You are tracking that if you don't pay for everything in here, Asmodeus owns you at the next level you go up, basically. You'll live your best life. Is that med?
I have to pay for bottle service. I can't just get that shit for free. Copy.
Yep. You gotta somehow pay for it. By the way, like you're tracking that you can work off your service as well if you can't pay. But he's legit. This is devils. Like you have enough intelligence to know that like you'll never be able to work off a devil's. You want to pay for things in here.
Fine.
You want to make it
Sign
happen.
it.
Okay. You're in. As soon as you walk up, you see a tray pass to you, and it's literally got, I'm going to assume, the best vintage of elven wine that you have ever seen. Like you can smell it for that hopelessness that you just said. Like you can smell like this is your father made this wine. Like you can smell a vintage and the terrain that you are on from a distance with your passive perception, and it's got a bottle of your dad's vintage of wine. Like it's that good. Or if you have dad issues or whatever, you don't have to have that one. Just in your mind, it's whatever makes it great.
As it's there, I say, I'll turn to hang on, get his name right. Sorry. I turn to Makadi and go, "Where is my father?"
Oh, interesting. And dear, as much as I love you, everything has a cost here. If you'd like to go into the demiplane room with me, as much as all of this is in demiplane, as you can tell, your exhaustion's gone. Like you can feel yourself repairing right now while you're in the Infernal Rapture. You get the sense from your passive perception that you are not in the Avernus anymore. That when you stepped in this tent, you are no longer in hell. But the contracts are still binding, right? Like a lemur's a lemur, a lemure. It's Latin. Lemure. Thank you, Critical Role.
While we're sitting there with Muddy, like, all right, Muddy, lay the cut straight, buddy. What's the deal here? What are you after from us? You know we're not going to sign.
You get the sense that the Wandering Emporium, it travels all across the Avernus to collect any souls that want to refresh themselves. You get the sense that he didn't know you were here. I'm going to hold your insight check. He didn't know you were here. This is genuine.
Okay. Well, Auntie, what are you?
If you have questions, dear sweet Connor, is that your name? May I call you Connor?
Well, it's my name. So
Okay.
of course you can.
He's like, there is a section of this place that I like to call, the skiff. And if you'd like to go in there, then we can have discussions. But though I must know, Asmodeus is always listening. So you get the sense that he's like, but we should have discussions about these things, and I want to make everything perfect for you. So why are you guys there? Number one, asterisk, you're gonna buy a bath for Red Ruth, right? You guys know that. Okay. So if you'd like to come with me, and he's like, and so Dragonoff, like there's these small, like wooden, like it looks like a clear liquid in it, and it's literally the sake, you know what I mean? That like you're like, oh my god, like you see the hot and cold. And they knew almost exactly based on your armor and blah blah blah. You see a pointy-eared dark green elf with like Sonic the Hedgehog hair with freckles all over the top of its face. and pointed teeth. It doesn't look like an elf you've ever seen before. I would just describe them as space elves. Comes up to you and is like serving you this stuff, and like it's just it appears like Henry. Same thing. If there was like a Japanese bourbon, like there it pops. And then it's just like, do not let Dungeon Master drink this. Okay. And he hands it to you. We all remember. Keep
him away from the Hibiki.
Valanthe, the same thing. There's like, very ornate. And I know you're listening. You don't have to pop up. But there's like very ornate glasses that remind you of your high society home, and you can tell that there are places that make you feel like you can go and like yo-yo to the tank and get some of that feeling of royalty in here, like very well sculpted to your memories. And there are elves in there. There are dwarves in here. There are halflings that probably couldn't have paid their way out, but they're working in this place. So sorry.
So I'm gonna ask what the cost is for this sake.
Oh, that's on the house, dear.
I thought you said we had to pay for everything.
Ah, the refreshments are on the. Okay. Yeah. There are certain things that are on the house. Like as you sign the contract, that's on the house. But beyond that, like alcohol isn't going to help your rest. Okay? So like
No.
it's kind of a negative. You know what I mean? So
There's no complimentary poo-poo platter.
you know what I mean? Like, please. So, just for services, so that we can level the bubble, as we say, there are various spas that can rejuvenate you instantly, which means, caveat, 8-hour rest. You go in there, in any sort of, massage of your choice in that area, we'll just, the curtains wave, the camera pans to the curtains. You guys can have a great time. Like all sorts of different types of ways to rest. But and rejuvenate. There's all sorts of random nooks in this place. You can tell this tent jumps around, and he has many.
The spearmint rhino. Got it.
Yeah. So depending on what you're, there's books, there's a library, a silent library. There's all sorts of places that you can see that various pieces of the tent open to intrigue you. So like, we'll say Dragonoff, if I can only assume about your character, you open up and you see a nice quiet garden with rakes and the koi fish and the trees, and like there's a lady with the wooden shoes and doing the things, and then like you see wooden high heels, right? There's a geisha of sorts over, doing stuff. Not an assassin one, but and for the elves, there's various places to rest that look like a forest of your choosing and things like that. If anybody's losing a description and need me to describe, like, is there a bar? Yes. Like I said, there's a place where like 3 like dudes in board shorts and 2 girls in bikinis have somehow slipped their way from Destin to like show up in the corner, and they're selling their soul to be influencers. They're like over there and they're signing all sorts of contracts.
And taking TikToks, shit like that.
There's all sorts of TikToking going on.
I'm just saying, I can literally see Destin from my window. I feel very called out right now. Okay. Hey, I gotta drive over to. What's that?
You can see Destin from your window?
Yeah, literally. I'm on base housing and I can see the bridge, like the Destin Bridge. I can't turn it around enough. Like
that traffic jam every spring
over there.
Is something epic, isn't it? Anyways.
Yeah. Hey, so I've about to drive over to the little Boy Scouts cabin because we have Cub Scouts, and so I'm gonna have you guys up, but I probably won't be able to talk for the next like 5 minutes. So
no problem.
You won't be where? That's for sure.
So there you are. Many choices, many splendors, the infernal rapture. He's like, so, Connor, would you like to have that discussion?
Yes, but 2 seconds. I'll just turn to Henry and go, we need to make sure we don't forget while we're here. We need to make sure that we find...
So
we get the bath for Red Ruth.
are you talking to me as well, or just to
anyone
is
in the party? Anyone.
Okay.
Just turn into the group, really.
I agree, but this might be our only opportunity, one of our only opportunities for a long bed down. I feel like
definitely have a rest as well.
Okay, but we need
to make sure that
he stands with his hands behind their back and he's like, I can definitely accommodate a rest. For each person's full rest in this location, and I'm being very frank. And let me describe before I ruin our relationship. Is that okay? A full rest is a soul coin. Which, if you go to Fatala outside, is 100 gold pieces per soul coin. And he opens up his robes, and you see 9 soul coins. And he's just like, as you can see, and he sniffs up these like white streams from these soul coins, and he's like, I can trust them. Trust me. And he closes them. And like he was talking to these soul coins, and he's like, these are the soul coins. 100 gold pieces at Fetala can get you 1 soul coin. And I can provide a full rest. If you would like to come in and ask basic questions in my demiplane of demiplanes, right? So you know you're in a demiplane, but he's got one that can really lock it down. He's like, then we can have a discussion. That is 2 soul coins. And I can give you lots of answers. Up to including harming my glorious patron, Asmodeus.
I turn to Henry and my samurai friend and go, and Valente. I have got 6 at the moment, so I give them 1 each.
Sweet.
Just so for their rest. That means I've got
0 gold.
If you'd like to provide me 100 gold pieces per extra soul coins, I can have Jeffrey take them to... Oh, and now I'm Aqua Foley. Now I've changed. Now that I can take them, Aqua Foley, like I can have my imp Jeffrey take the gold coins and do the ATMs for you for a little surcharge.
Yeah, so if you need any more, that's not a problem. We can sort some out. But at least that's the rest done, and I've got 3 left. So I've got 2 for some questions.
Which you all may enter Mahadi's office.
So is it for two soul gems? Is it unlimited questions?
Of course not. You know this, dear. He's like, of course not. At some point in time, as we negotiate the questions, it may go up in price, and I will ask you if you'd like to step outside, and then you can come in. Is that okay? I want you to be happy and comfortable.
So
you understand this. You get that he's definitely wants your soul, but he's going to be very forthright about it. He wants a very willing soul.
So when you say buy a soul coin, a soul coin for 100 gold, is that one with your soul in it or one with somebody else's soul?
Oh, these are unfortunate people that have made mistakes across the way and found themselves in the Avernus. We dip them into the sticks, and then we make the soul coins. Oh, have you heard of Bell's Forge? Ew, they make those there.
Okay, fine. That's for
Point of questions?
Yes.
What's first and foremost, we need to get out of the way. What's a bath gonna cost for a good friend of ours who's rather stinky?
It depends on the level of the bath. We can do various grooming for 1 soul coin, but we can fully restore you for 2 to 3 gold. It's up to, like, imagine one of your car washes from the Great Destin as he talks to these 4 people, like, losing their mind. You know, if you want the waxing and the platinum, it's 3. It's between 1, 2, and 3, depending on how well you want Red Ruth to serve you back.
We didn't say anything about Red Ruth, did we?
I know everything about everything. Unfortunately, I'll make it very clear, Mahadi, everybody comes to this place.
And to be honest, for 300 gold, get the best bath you can.
Yeah.
Oh, she would purr like a kitten.
I want to hear the purring.
And can we?
Not here. She's not here, but when she does, you may hear it.
So can we order that now before we get wound with all these various questions and rests that we need to do, please?
Yes. My mom.
I want to do a persuade.
Now I'm Wario. Haha.
the wish Wario. All right. So,
Aww.
Tim, I'm gonna attempt.
You're the wish Wario.
I'm the wish Aquaman. The shitty Poseidon.
Self burns. Those are rare.
Oh, it's fantastic. So I want to persuade.
Tygon and Manu, you guys don't have to be muted. You guys can like admin talk during this thing and do whatever.
So.
Oh, it's totally cool. I just don't want my extra sounds coming through. That's.
I got you. You have puppies too?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Henry.
I want to try to persuade for a group rate.
Okay.
So
you're gonna try to persuade Mahadi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't hurt. I got a cool halo I can put over my head. And I roll advantage because of the book. And that is a 20. 5 and 7 that's a 22.
What do you want to do?
I want a group rate.
He's like.
Tell you what.
He's like. Okay, go for it.
Rate.
Yeah.
I want a group rate, and I would like to purchase 5 soul coins as well. And as a tip for you, and for your imp, I will give you one of those 5 coins.
It's like.
But I want a group rate for us.
He's like. Very well. Please don't stretch me any farther. The rest. Your rest, individual rests, other than the spas and other than the questioning, that's on Mahadi, for the Archbishop of Waterdeep. But please, I would only ask that you please, go out and be patrons of the other establishments outside the Infernal Rapture to, keep them in our parties, provide me securities in the Avernus. That would be great. Can we please have the rest of the conversation inside? It appears that you're getting a lot of attentions out here in the demiplane, and understand that in this demiplane, these people can leave if they have paid, and they can bring people back who might want to maybe take some things from you. So please, may we? If you'd like to have a conversation and speak very clearly before we come out here in front of all the riff-a-raff, come on. Now I'm Italian.
Objections from the team?
None at all.
So, we will start out to enter the 1 soul coin, please.
Ka-ching.
Okay. So how many soul coins do you have left in the party, Connor? And now remember, the rests are on the house. And it takes a soul coin per 8 hours of travel in the Avernus. Just for your math.
At the moment, what we've got on us, I've got 6 on us, which I gave them 1 each, but if they're not using that for rests, I can steal that back.
Okay.
So we've got party funds for it. But So that means we're paying 1 to get in. So that means I've got 5, and I think Henry's just bought 5. So we've got 10 between us at the moment.
Okay. Okay.
I
10
tipped,
soul coins.
I tipped
I
one
had-
already. So we're at 10
Yeah.
Okay.
collectively.
Please come in. And he opens up this thing, and you can see that the floor, he's like, don't worry, there's a floor. And you guys have seen this in Xanathal's tower before, where it's like this weird cube of outer space. There's a table in the center of it, but it's just like this celestial splendor all around you, and you can feel that there's a table. He's like, I know, it's kind of weird, isn't it? And you kind of like walk in, and you guys are like walking on space, but you're in some sort of cube. He's like, come in. If you'd like me to change the atmosphere, it's okay if it's weirding you out, but I like the space. Get it?
The space.
Fantastic. I'm strangely.
You okay with this?
I'm good.
And there's various, he's like, of course, the alcohols, the relaxation is on the house, always at the infernal rapture. And, okay, down to business. I feel like you want to know some very in-depth questions, and you probably should hand over the other soul coin now. And I don't want anybody on the outside who are clearly looking for, and like, it's closed. Archduchess Zaria. Okay, she runs this level of the Avernus, and she's very militant, very martial law. She's like a general, and she takes things very serious. She's got the Legion of Devils and all these things. It's not good for business. But if you hand over more soul coins, I can give you more in-depth question. This is like, you know, one of your 90s movies, or if you like this, it's $20. If you want this, it's $20, you know, and we keep going. Is that okay?
Well,
and anytime you can leave. But ask away. Mahadi knows a lot of things.
So when we ask a question, will you tell us the cost of the answer?
Absolutely. And no, then much like you could also commune with Red Ruth, most questions, if they deal with disruption of the Avernus, will be a soul coin. Okay, if you're going to ask a question that's going to lead to the fall of Zariel, to the disruption of this and the disruption of that, then yes, it'll cost you a soul coin. Because that is risk, my friend. A risk towards Mahadi.
Well, as a starting point to find out how your answers are, where's my father?
Oh. And your father is?
My father
I mean, you say,
is
it'd be like, says name.
Eric Silverstring.
Oh. There hasn't been one with such amazing dexterity across the multiverse in many years. He is a great prize of
Rise.
the fallen archdevil, Bell. Bell, you know, he keeps the guys around to feel the pains and all these things, and the soul is there, right? And trying to make into a very valuable soul coin, but you don't want that soul coin because then everybody wants the soul coin. But he's down there in the forge. That's not good. I understand, but please, that is a very, very troubling question. If I could, please, that's for a freebie, but I would like a coin for that one, if you don't mind. That is a very valuable piece of information.
You did say you were going to tell us the price before you tell us the answer.
Oh, you like to be a devil yourself, then. Very well. Don't try to trick the DM, though. You know what I mean? You trick Mahadi. I could easily, you know what I mean, Quentin Tarantino this thing to him being like, give me a soul coin. So he takes the soul coin from you. Because you're being a smart
I flick him with cold coin.
Okay. So how did
Henry,
How did
I need to
Elturel
let you. Yeah, what's this?
How did Elturel get here? What happened?
Elturel.
What did we miss?
This
Did
will
we do
go with the
something?
same soul. This will go with the same soul coin. He's like, yes, this is very simple. This is very simple. Elturel fell. So Zariel needs souls to feed her armies against the blood wars against the demons. Correct? The abyss and hell are two different things. The abyss is chaos. Hell is law. Right? Lawful good, chaotic good, lawful neutral, chaotic neutral. There is law and there is chaos. Chaos is the abyss. It's floating planes, things upside down, motorcycle screen door, peanut butter, huh? And then there's law and order and hell. Where we are, these are the fiends that are the devils, and then there's the demons who are from the abyss. Zariel is super angry as an angel against the demons. So she calms down, but she gets overwhelmed in her battle against them. And Asmodeus, during her last fight, as she's surrounded by demons and the devils who want her soul because she is a celestial, she gets circle the wagons, she forms square, and in her last moments she drops her sword, she jams in the ground, and Asmodeus, great Asmodeus, appears and says, hey, you're great. You kill the demons, and I run the hells. I run all 9 of them. You take this place and you kill demons forever, and I don't mess with you, but I make you a devil. Is that okay? You know what I mean? And boom, she admits to contract. She's angry by the demons. And she takes it, and all sorts of fuzziness occurs, and blah blah blah. And the sword goes from her hand, and she becomes the great Archduchess of the 9 hells, working for Asmodeus, pushing the demons back. She's very, very good at keeping the demons at bay. In this location, the Avernus used to be a paradise. There used to be palm trees and everything to suck you all in. It used to be a place, a great paradise, but like a paradont. It used to be a paradise to bring people into hell. But then the river that cuts through this thing, it was a trick by a great Demogorgon. Demogorgon and all these demons, the arch demons, he makes a river through trickeries and chaos, and it sticks, it blows up the place, makes it a crazy. And the blood wars happen. This is where demons and the devils, they fight all the time. So Zariel is like really good at killing the demons. Now he's Italian again.
So Zariel don't want to be here. She probably wants to be free. Is that what I'm gathering from this?
I
will give you the soul coin, but if the answer is yes, I want to know how.
That is okay. But I will say for my master, this is a very dangerous question, because my master made Zariel. And if you are asking me to help you either remove Zariel, well, he's like, you see this blob kind of appear out of the ground. He's like, then, well, maybe more contracts will have to happen. It's a very dangerous question. Roll an insight check.
22.
You get the sense that you're putting him in a spot where you either better have a better boss you can replace Zariel with, or, you know what I mean? Like,
We gotta come up.
You can't just be pulling this without a give, right?
Okay. Well,
So,
I'll hold here.
You're putting me in a very dangerous position, as Asmodeus knows my heart if I walk out, and he will know that I have gone against him and his plans. There's very tough choices.
Marty, babies. I don't mean to put you in this kind of position. So we're going to leave this question where it sits. And maybe we'll readdress it here soon. Would you happen to know where we can find the sword?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I can't deliver it to you correctly. Or to the location. What I have heard through stories, and he's like, through this beautiful little holy font that it floats with you, that it, due to its powers from Mount Celestia that Avernus is scabbing over, it is unknown to most of us, but I can tell you it exists. And there are a few folks who have laid eyes, and the only people that know are the ones who have seen, or have seen someone who has seen it, and I have not.
Okay, that's valid. That's all I got. I got to think for a minute. What about you two guys? You got?
Okay. Any more questions for any of you before we go outside and enjoy the splendors of the Wandering Emporium and the Infernal Rapture? How about you?
I have one.
Oh, yeah.
I have one. Yeah. My father was a guardian of the Ring of Milikai.
Okay. The Gauntlets of Milikai, yes.
He brought them into Avernus.
Okay.
Where are they? And how do I get them? Obviously, his soul is prized, has been stolen, and is by Baal, but is the
Yes.
one?
Yes, of course.
What?
So that's 3 so far. Correct? Of course. Well, I think I know where you're going with this, and that's okay, because Bell, of course, is angry and he's living in his volcano. Alright, he's not very happy, and I would not go there. But I think Bell is wearing these now.
He's wearing them.
Oh, why would Bell not be wearing these? It is not too often where a god gifts something, correct? And he looks over at Henry, and he's like, and Henry, this is free. You're probably, and your sister are the most valuable objects in this whole land. It's going to be very difficult beyond this point for the people that are in the Wander Emporium to keep their mouth shut.
Is there anything you can do to, or can you point me in the direction, or help me disguise who I am?
I think you're moving very quickly. You cannot disguise who you are. I do not disguise. Well, I do. I cannot help you with that. Why would you disguise? Okay, passive perception. Yeah, I would just say, like, passively. Would you want to disguise who you are?
It depends right now. I don't know. So there's a couple ways we can do this. We can try and stealth it, or we can use the fact that, I'm a beacon of glowing light to our advantage. I'm just unsure how to use that.
It's going to be very hard for you and a celestial warlock and like Mirren and stuff like that to actually. So speed is kind of the key.
Okay. Disregard the question then. We'll move along on this. I need to get Ruth soonest. Is there any way that you have a quick messaging system to let Ruth know that her bath is ready?
No. You can go to Fatala to let her know. But Red Ruth is not going to come out of her bone brambles and leave it unprotected. Bless you.
Sorry.
Wait,
Thanks.
That's not me. I mean, damn you. I don't know.
All right. So how are we going to arrange for Red Root's bath?
Oh, are we done here? Any more questions? He's like, Mr. Samurai, is there any questions that you have? It's okay, I can tell you have stomach pains and we can aid you in the room of Tums. Sorry, you're wearing so much plate mail, I can't hear you.
Did you just say the room of Tums?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I have no questions.
Okay, good. That's less is more. I like it.
Well, Connor's in a bit of a conundrum.
Okay.
How, as you know, I'll say, well, obviously, probably my last question. As you said that Bell is wearing the gauntlets of Malachi and is holding my father's soul captive.
He's holding his person soul.
He's still alive.
Of course, yes. He keeps him alive forever.
My question: what's the best way, in your opinion, and with all your knowledge that you know of this realm, of retrieving the gauntlets and my father?
Well, that'll be 2 soul coins.
Fine, 2.
Well, if you're going to supplant Zariel in some sort of way, which it appears to me, and if you're going to, the only way you're going to get a gauntlet off of Bell is to kill Bell, which is next to impossible. If you're going to supplant the 2 highest devils in this place, who is going to run this place? Do you want it to fall into chaos?
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. At this point, rescuing my father is high on my priority list.
Very well, very well. Very well. Well, I am an ambassador of Asmodeus for this place, I must tell you. Please do not tell me any more of your machinations, as you are very, very powerful individuals. And you make Mahdi very uncomfortable by this. So I would suggest that if you create too much imbalance in Avernus, Avernus becomes the Abyss. Abyss's domain. And you do not want that for Faerun. I'll tell you that. You want law and order over Asmodeus, rather than the Abyss gaining a level of hell. So you
What's
must
wrong with you? You seem a reasonable man. What's wrong with you taking over here?
I don't want that. I do not want that. I am in contract to my master Asmodeus. If Asmodeus pleases, then that's the case.
Asmodeus can take over then.
Asmodeus rules all 9 hells.
I'm sure he can find someone to run this little place.
What's one more?
Connor, dear sweet Connor, that is not the can of worms you want to open.
Well, he started this kind of word by endlessly tormenting my father.
Maybe you can become... That's Bell.
I know, I'm saying I will deal with Bell. That may prove some troubling for your master, which I understand may be difficult, but to be honest, at this point, that's not my concern.
Okay, you're maybe not making the wisest choices, and that's fine. But
if your father was trapped by one of the lords,
of course, empathy, compassion, all of these things. I'm wonderful. You do the rage, you be angry, and that is good. You do that, but looks at Henry. You know what I mean? In brackets, like maybe. You guys do what you please. Understandable.
In a lighter note, what colour is the bath going to be? Right.
And he leads you outside, opens it up, and you can have this wonderful warm pool of like a pond, or whatever. It opens up and there's nobody in there unless you want fairies and sprites in there to clean you. Same with
Volante?
Yeah, Volanthe takes another room, but it's probably more, she's a high elf. So I think she was a high elf. So, there's more pomp and circumstance with that. With dragging
I don't think she is. I think she may be a wood elf, but give me 2 seconds. I'll check it up for you.
Or she's royalty in the wood elf. But you guys probably know each other in some sort of way. We'll have to work through that.
I'm a wood elf, but
Yeah.
I am royalty. He's right.
So it'll be highfalutin. Willie Dragonoff, there's koi ponds and things like that. And Henry, you get to go take your long rest. Everybody gets to log a long rest in this place, and we'll pick it up after the barbarians. I'll do a quick recap of you guys taking your long rest and pressing off or going into the next step of the Wandering Emporium. We'll take a 5-minute break. And then we'll pick up with the barbarians on the Reich Wave, moving towards the Tower of and Mordenkainen.
Sweet. We'll see everybody back in 5 minutes.
So welcome back. A little bit of a very serious costume change. For this next round.
Welcome back, everybody.
So you guys left the spawning trees in the Reichwave, which you can see probably on the map is a very legit ship. It's a schooner. You guys leave the spawning tree with Crickendolt, and you move towards where he and Fedge decide where this boiling lake of blood is. And it's nearby where that large battlefield where demons died and created like a huge lake of ichor. Well, this is the lake of blood. Everything is like moves real smooth in this campaign, which is awesome. So
we're not touching the lake. We're not touching the lake.
So you get the sense that the schooner can only get like 10 feet above the ground. And if you want to explore the ship more and how the ship functions, that's your role play. Right now you have basic, lateral movements. You don't have pitch, but you have yaw.
Yeah.
Is that right? You don't have pitch, but you have yaw. You have yaw, but you don't have pitch.
We don't do this.
You have thrust.
Right.
There we go. We're using terms here.
Hey.
So
I like it.
Unless you ask more with Fedge at all, he's able to, when you jumped back into the ship and you're like, boiling lake of blood, he's just like, oh yeah, you hit a lake and it's that way. You follow the trees, and you kind of keep moving along, but it's not that far. It's not a short rest.
Yeah, I remember it. It wasn't that far. Like we were able to fly. I think we flew.
But much like there's two hags in a row, there's two lakes in a row.
Hey.
Like very, very brilliant. Yeah. So in this journey, which is called the Path of the Demons, you're at Second Lake, and you keep moving across this, as you move away from the bearded devils, that you see building pyres all the way around this lake. There's all these bearded devils which appear like, you remember dragon wings from the cultists?
Yes.
Or like the low level but yet well armed, they're active duty, right? They're not, you know what I mean? Like they're regulars in this military. They're around the lake creating the what's that? They're pushing back this demon spawn location. Every time we start back up, I've got to get the dogs in order because I moved for a second. I apologize. Dog ward. So you kind of drift away from the
trees,
the busyness of the trees that are around this lake. So there, you don't see a lot of like humanoids, right, or fiends or whatnot. So like this is as you drive into more like barren land. Like there's the wind-swept desert area, and you keep pressing, and it's almost like there's a haze that you kind of push into, like the heated haze. You press through that for a while, and the kobolds are running around the ship, keeping things going. You're holding steady. One of the kobolds is in the front, kind of like peering forward and kind of pointing in a direction for you guys to follow. You press farther ahead, and then all of a sudden, Kaigon, what are you doing on the ship?
I'm just going to take my my normal spot on the bow, just kind of keeping an eye on things.
Okay, there's the kobold named Fedge. He's next to you, and you all of a sudden you've got the helm on, and you hear an iron tower rises atop an island on a lake of boiling blood. No windows penetrate the tower's walls, and its only visible door opens. Oops.
Fetch said that?
Nope.
That's amazing.
So you hear from the helm. I read the wrong thing.
Like, Fedge, your voice changed. What happened?
This is the vice of running a large party. You hear from the helm, like a telepathic voice. A tower tumbles between planes on the whims of a mad mage. Where it goes, nobody knows. And then you see through the haze. An iron tower rises atop an island. I jumped out of myself. An iron tower rises atop an island on a lake of boiling blood. No windows penetrate the tower's walls, and its only visible door opens on a high balcony. Red lightning crackles constantly between two horns of metal on a tower's roof. So the haze passes by, and you see this putrid, iron-smelling giant lake of blood. Okay, you're in hell, so I mean, it's not too crazy to think that that you would see that, but you've seen this before. Both of you have crossed this lake before, and you know that like this makes sense. That once again, they mentioned Mordenkainen. It's here, and you move across this. It's a pretty large lake. It's about a mile across. And you can see it. There's an ominous island. Well, not an ominous. I keep using the word ominous. There's an island in the central part of this lake. And you can see jutting up from the center of the island an iron tower. And inside around the iron tower, you can see various dots of like life forms kind of walking around it.
I remember when we were leaving the tower to go save the diva, that there was, I don't know, demons or devils or something that were just hanging out outside the windows that were watching us. I'll just do a perception check. Is that kind of correspond with? Are they still there? Are they still there? It's a 15 perception.
Yeah, as you move the schooner a little bit closer, you do see, big, fat, muscular, green-looking devils, and you've seen them before. You fought them in Castle Neratar. You fought some of these big, large, green-looking fiends, and then you see some various purple-looking ones that look like bugs, kind of like the Dark Crystal bugs that defended the Dark Crystal castle. They're called. You've dealt with them before, so you're kind of familiar enough with Mesoloths and Yugoloths.
Stay away from those guys for sure. They suck.
They're like looking up and kind of messing around, and you know that you can't climb up. You're gonna have to, if you want to get to the tower, you'll have to see them or get near them.
Right. I'm gonna tell the devils at the front to arm the ballista and just maintain be at the ready. And if they
only for master, the two spine devils that are sitting, like the three spine devils that are trying to aim this thing.
Aim for the big guys. If they come near the ship, aim for the big guys.
Okay.
I don't know if they're aggressive, but if they are aggressive, if they come towards us, we're gonna try to take them out.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll try to position the ship as close to the tower as possible, and I'm just gonna call out for Mordenkainen. Mordenkainen!
What if we leave a little bit of standoff and then just use the magic carpet to go to the door?
Yeah, we can do that. Oh no, we jumped off the carpet, so the carpet is gone at this point.
Oh, we left it behind?
I had no way of getting it because we jumped off of it.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's large, boiling, hot, boiling lake of blood. How close do you want to get to the tower?
As close as I can get without, hitting it, obviously.
You see that the various monsters at the base of this thing are looking at you, but they're kind of more focused up the tower than anything else. What's the word? Simulacrum?
Simulacrum. Simulacrum.
See an icy simulacrum. I can't say this word, and I never will, so I'm not going to try. You see an S7 standing at the top of this thing and looking down, and it appears to be speaking to various of these creatures, to be specific to large Yugoloths.
Can I hear the conversation?
It sounds like ominous, like looking for components. Like I need the horn of a horn's devil, or a horn's devil for 400 gold pieces. Like you hear like some sort of a business transaction kind of occurring.
Got you.
You see at the base of this tower 4 huge iron foundations that attach this tower into the plane.
And there's only one door?
There is no door that you can see.
I thought you said there was one door that was high up, or a balcony.
There's a balcony, yeah.
That's kind of what... Is there a way for us to get to the balcony?
Not without climbing or flying.
Kaigon, you ready to do some climbing?
Oh yeah, anytime.
Let's...
Here's an insight check, though, I'm going to give you.
Yeah.
Do you want to leave your ship? There, that's my gimme.
No. Well, I'm calling out for Mordenkainen as we get close. If I see him, I'm calling out. If I see a simulacrum, I'm not smart enough to know that's not him. I'm gonna just call out for Mordenkainen.
Okay.
Mordenkainen! It's Manu, I'm back!
What? You leaved?
Of course! I can't hear you.
Excellent, 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 excellent. As his voice booms across the bloody lake. Wowzers! What now? Are you also here to kill me? As he points down at the Yugoloths.
Why would I kill you? Why would I want to kill you? And I pull out the dragon. I was like, you gave me this.
Oh, sorry if you're trying to work that here, as you can tell. And you can see the iron tower shimmering between. So there's these iron foundations at the bottom, and the tower itself shimmers. Like if it wasn't locked in that position, it would also be drifting. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. I was like, yeah. Don't worry about not telling me about that. It was very weird. But
who could assume that you would come back to the Avernus now? What are you doing here, dear sweet Manu? As he waves to Kaigon. You don't from here.
This is Kygon, if you remember him.
Indeed. Oh, yes. The diva. Excellent. You can see him struggling with his madness.
Yeah, so, can we talk somewhere private? Without... I got this awesome ship, and I just... Can you come down here for a second?
He sits and he looks. You see that you can tell that he's using the visage because of how dangerous it is to be outside. Cannot. But how can I help you? That's the best you're gonna get, sir.
That's fine. We're not totally sure how we got back to the Avernus. Have you heard of Sandasil Morja?
Haven't, sir.
Yeah, well, she sucks, and dragged us into this place, and now we're trying to figure out where the hell we're going and why we're here.
Where do you want to go?
Some sort of citadel?
If you're lost in this place, I would say, if you're lost in this place, you'll need to find someone who doesn't want this place to exist and who's working against it, I suppose.
Do you know anybody that might want that?
There's a wizard with no real renown that lives, sort of. And he points and he's like, in that direction, there's a great obelisk. And his name is. There's a wizard, and he's got ulterior motives against this whole, an obelisk.
Is he your friend?
You know, I would spend 3 straight days, like studying all this and not write the dude's name down, but I would have every other detail about him.
His name is Frank.
Yeah, but anyways, I got it now. But he was like, there's a mage of no real renown, and he has ulterior motives against this plane of existence. I tried searching him out with these useless Yugoloths for information around here. His name's Ubalax, and he's crossed the pit of Shumath in that direction. He should be able to help you out with, what is this place you're speaking of?
It's
Bleeding, bloodless citadel.
A bleating citadel full of sheep.
The bleating citadel?
The bleating citadel.
Oh boy.
I had to. It's a citadel, some sort of citadel, a white citadel, or a citadel of sorts.
Oh, that's very interesting. He's like, Ubalax will be able to help you, I think, find this place. He's very knowledgeable, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay. Is he your friend?
No, no one's a friend here who touches the ground.
That's fair. Then we will not touch the ground either.
I wouldn't touch that. Or any of these, as he points down at the various fiends that are surrounding the place. You can tell that, like they try to like fly up, but the lightning from like the red lightning will like poke them, and then they'll try to like come back down.
So I'll ask him how far this obelisk is from the tower.
From here, maybe a half a day's travel. You can ask one of the Yugoloths below. They're the ones who do my bidding and help me retrieve things. They flock around my tower so that for payment, for various payments. I use them to go out and search for things in the Avernus. This is a great place to work on spells, as I don't give too many shits about the damage I do around here.
Fair enough. Well, thank you, Mordekainen. It's good to see you again.
Of course.
Hopefully I can help you out here.
Yes. There's not much I can think of needing, but it's so good seeing you. Of course, it's very hard recovering from the battles with the Circle of Eight. Ugh.
Circle of Eight? What is the Circle of Eight?
From a plane of Oerth. I don't mean to digress. It's a place called Oerth.
Fair enough. Well, thank you, and I'll as a passing note, like in common. How far is it to this place? To one of the Yugoloths?
To one of the Yugoloths?
Yeah. Like, how far is it to one of these places?
Crickendall like pulls on your sleeve, and he's like,
"What?
I would not trust a Yugoloth." I forgot what Crickendall sounded like, but anyways, he's like, "I will not trust them. I know where to go.
I was like,
I know where to go."
You know where it is, Crickendall?
I think I do. Yeah.
Sweet.
It's past the Pit of Shumath, he said. I know where the Pit of Shumath is.
Oh, then
everybody knows where the Pit of Shumath is.
Point me in the direction then.
The pit fiend is melted there.
Point me in the direction then.
He's like, okay. Are we off?
Let's be off.
Oh.
If
Didn't expect that to happen so fast.
Yeah, if Mordekainen, if I can't get into the tower, then we're done here.
I would say you can. One of you could probably get into the tower. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's something you'd have to work out amongst yourselves. You guys can do whatever you want in this sandbox, right? But I would just. You have some insights. You know, your passive perception is a little bit higher than, like, I'm just gonna park my car here in downtown, you know, wherever, and just like leave with that many denizens on the ground.
I gotcha. Actually, you know what? Kygon, can you hold the fort?
Yep.
I'm gonna go try to climb up to the balcony.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting up there. It is like smooth iron. But
I think I have.
He's like, zimzalabim, and like you can fly.
Oh. So yeah, I just Superman.
Come! Quick! They can fly too.
Up to the balcony inside.
Yep.
And as I get inside,
once again, as you get inside, you go into that balcony. There's the massive. You know, there's like the circular room with all the Bunsen burners and beakers and things like that. There's various. Like, remember, like various Lantauruses laid out everywhere as he was artificing. There's that library that floats around you. That's like an endless library, right? Like as you get there, there's like books, and it's like turning. It's like very Hogwartsy around you, and then there's a spiral staircase that goes up to the roof.
And is Mordekainen inside?
You walked into the balcony, you passed the simulacrum, you see him in a distance in his robes, high collar, looking like oh shoot, I forget. Emperor Z something around. Oh shoot, what's the
from the cartoon?
Yeah, anyways, so you see he's got like a high collar, you know, that kind of wraps around his ears, and black, it's like black with red rim around him, and he's working on various things. He's got a book open in his hands, and he looks over his shoulder at you, and he's like, "Oh, yes, come, quick!"
Yeah, quick. I'll reach in and grab the dragon. I was like, will this work inside your or your tower, or will it work?
Of course.
Will it stay in one spot?
Of course, and here it will. Yes, of
And
course.
I pop open the mansion.
Yep.
And it's like, follow me in here. Can you come in here with me? Are you safe to do that?
Why would I need to go in there with you?
I don't want anybody to hear this conversation.
Okay. Looks around. He's like, okay. And you see him. He takes a bit of silver wire, flies it around, puts a few runes up. Okay, Manu, let's do this. And he hops in.
So I'm trying to figure out what the F is going on here. I got pulled into this. I got pulled back into the Avernus out of nowhere. And we're trying to find the Bleeding Citadel.
You could do more with this place. It is still just a cube.
I'm a very simple man.
Understood. He's like, very well.
What?
It appears to me that there's a lot going on as Zariel is trying to pull souls down into hell to fight the demons. I can't get rid of this voice that I keep using, so I'm just gonna switch to Tim voice until I find Morgan Gaming. You're gonna have to just rely on the exterior, as the voice is not.
It's a great Mordenkainen.
Thanks. He's looking around, and he looks deeply into your eyes. His eyes, being like fiery of like just infinite universal, knowledge. Just like, what specifically do you need to know, Manu? As his mustache twirls up.
What do you know of Zariel's plan? Like, how long have you actually been here?
Zariel has a plan other than defeating demons. We all know this.
Is that still her?
Yeah, she'll do anything to defeat the demons. Souls feed her armies. She's going to take as many souls from Faerun to push back the demons who come out of the River Styx.
Fair enough. And you say this wizard can tell me where it can help to get me to her?
I don't know much, but I did run across this wizard of no renown. He looks at you like deeply. I think that's the path that you want to stay on. Now, I want to be able to use this tower here as much as possible. So, please, don't put me at risk.
Of course not. Why would I ever do that?
Okay. I would go there. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I think that was it. But I wanted to come see the real Mordenkainen.
Okay. I'm here.
It's good to see you, sir.
It's good to see you. I can tell. I will say something. Keep that patch covered here.
Yes. I figured that out with the kobolds. I showed that to them, and they got really excited.
I did see your friend in yellow. He did pass through here. He seems to be keen on trying to get to the abyss, or beyond. Somewhere beyond the abyss. So,
he's a weird guy.
He's weird.
He is a weird guy. But I'm glad to know that we found Oldar, too.
Oh.
Since I effed him in the A, I'm... It was an accident, I swear.
Figuratively. Yeah.
Figuratively. He ended up here as well, and he kind of sent us off in this direction. So, but thank you. And how's Jacob?
He's like, Jacob! And you see like this dude running around the corner, and he's like, he's got like wool cap on. You know, he's got a broom in his hand. He's like, "Hey,
Hey, high five.
what are you guys doing here?"
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Oh.
We don't know. We're trying to find the Bleeding Citadel.
I think the world really depends on you guys to figure it out.
Well, I mean, listen, Jacob. We're trying to figure it out. Trying to find this Bleeding Citadel. If you knew anything, Morton Kanan would know. Yeah.
Nah. It's like I like to keep it simple. I like being able to just hang out here in this universal spaceship.
Yeah, so we're gonna head off to this obelisk and see about this wizard of no renown.
There's a wizard of no renown. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you can think of?
No, not really. I think that anything to help out a friend, Morton Kanan.
Alrighty. Okay, so you're gonna return.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you get back outside. He lets you fly back down to the ship. You get down to the ship, and you get the idea that Crickendalt knows where he's going. And it's very difficult. I understand in the descent to Avernus, the Tower of Urn is very meh. It becomes, so stay with me on this, barbarians. You guys are in a really like flubby spot right now. It becomes a thing, so stay with me. All right, so just stay with me on the follow the leads. Okay, it's very frustrating as I'm trying to peer. If you had the campaign guide, it's like 2 paragraphs. Tower of Urn. Morton Kanan says, "Go find a wizard." So if like you were playing this campaign, like you have to travel like days across the desert. You know what I mean? Like I could really slow this down for you guys, but I don't want to. So like there it is, Morton Kanan. You could have asked him a myriad of different things, and
Still get go to the wizard.
It is, because when you get there, that's kind of the jump off. This is all admin. That's kind of the jump off. The other party has reached the jump off. You guys are still at the like, I don't know, go that way. Go that way. And I'm with you in the existential frustration part of this thing.
Yeah.
So you hop back in, you're like,
full speed ahead.
Like,
Pow.
hey,
Yeah, so
I'm here.
So I'm like, we're going to a wizard.
If it makes you
Another
guys
wizard.
feel any better, I built a lake of blood for you for this whole scenario that you spent 5 minutes with. So that's me empathetically being like, I'm sorry that Morton Kanan was kind of a dick. Now go to the obelisk. So like it's
Tim, at least they didn't destroy it.
That's true. You could have hoboed the whole thing, murder hoboed the whole thing. So there you are. You get back in the ship. Crickendalt's kind of like sitting there. Fedge and was it Fedge and
Fedge and Quab and Lib and Feg.
Yeah, Feg is the cook.
The cook.
Right?
Yeah.
They're all there, and then there's 3 spine devils who seem very martial in terms of being stuck with this ballista, right? So they're very serious. You could tell there was probably more spine devils on this crew, but it just, wars happen, and
we clearly lost another ballista, right?
They're a division, right? It's spine devil division. If you Horatio Hornblower, they're on that ballista. So you're back. Tygon, you see him float up and float back down, and there's Manu. What do you got, Manu?
It's like, Kygon, we're going to another wizard.
I know. It's weird that, so just DMing, there's 2 green hags in a row and then 2 wizards in a row on the path of devils and the path of demons.
That is weird.
Yeah. I really, Dungeons and Dragons, please hire me. Please hire me.
But by all means, don't write your own book.
Yeah. I can. By all means, don't write your own book. Yeah, so, all right. So you guys get back onto the lake of boiling blood, and you can smell the iron just steaming up. And Kaigon, you're like, what the F is happening right now? As you got the hammer over your shoulder. Things made sense before. Things aren't making sense right now. The idea that you just keep on hitting neighbor after neighbor to figure this out is frustrating you. You get it. Manu comes back down and he's like, okay, we got to go talk to another wizard.
Yeah.
You guys are all like, and I get it.
Like, is this helmet telling you anything? Can it confirm that this is the right path? Is it telling you anything, Kaigon?
It's not telling me anything right now. It sounds like this is the right path.
So, Kaigon, roll his insight check. Get higher. I'm just going to set the DC as a 4.
2.
That's 15.
No. You get the sense that you get this power that goes through you when you hear the voice of Torm, that you don't hear the voice when you see an oasis go by you. As you guys are just like jaunting around the Avernus, we'll just assume that you don't hear a lot, but in certain locations, you start hearing the voice, and that gives you a moment where you want to stop the ship. And that's all you get. Like, that the voice from Celestia, Mount Celestia, and all the gods up there is being suppressed in some sort of way. But when you do hear it as it arrives, like, that's some sort of beacon. Or like as you arrive to a point. Does that make sense? Like, as you hear the voice, it does let you know that you're kind of on the
to go and just tell me we're going the right way.
Yeah, like that's the only lead you have, right? Like there's not very many breadcrumbs based on your impulsive, like, you all know you guys made an impulsive decision, and you guys are coming to grips with, if we didn't just jump into this portal, we probably have a better control of where we're at. So we can't get mad at Destiny, Master, in terms of like where we are, right? So we're trying to make it work. So you guys, what do you want to do? You're back in the ship, Manu. You grab the helm, and where are we going?
Yeah, just, it's like I asked Cricket. I'd ask Crickendall to be my second mate or first mate, and point me in the right direction, and we just full speed ahead.
Okay. You guys begin pushing forward across this, like, you see the ominous like sandstorms, you see weird brambles, you see weird spikes and chains climbing into the sky, you see the weird comets that are like flying through, and just and you guys haven't rested in forever, and I'm going to say right now, you guys have reached the point where regardless of your short rest, you all take 1 level of exhaustion.
How do I add that exhaust?
You can do it later.
Got it.
You can do it when we rest of the other party, but you're at the point of like 1 level of exhaustion. You guys have not received a full rest or anything like that. And
since Elturel.
You begin to think, as you leave this tower and you were able to open up the mansion, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we could have taken shifts, but like you just kind of keep pressing, and you're feeling like really smoked right now. And you're moving towards this place, but you feel tough. Like, you get so tired, you can feel it in your teeth. Yeah, you're feeling it at that point right now, and you're really starving for a rest. You keep moving, and the ship, and you own your destiny. You're getting to the point of, do you want to turn back around? Do you want to keep pressing? But you can press if you want to.
Kygon, what if we're a bit away from the tower? I'll look at Kygon's like, hey, Kygon, I was able to open up the mansion and actually, do you remember the last time we opened this thing in Eltureld? We ended up halfway across town.
Yep.
It didn't happen inside the tower.
That could be handy.
How are you doing?
I'm tired, but I'm ready to fight. So
Could you fight better with a rest?
definitely.
Fuck it.
You don't have to.
No,
You get another short rest on the way to this place. I'm just saying, like, your passive insight as you leave this thing, you guys are barbarians, and I'm going to give you hindsight as you move X amount of while. So what I'm going to say is, you've lost, that pearl is gone. You need to put something back into it.
Oh, that's fine. I've got another pearl, so that's
Okay.
easy.
Yep.
Yeah, where's my pearl? Actually, I'm gonna throw a jade. No, I've got one more pearl. So
It's 100 gold pieces is what is
Yep.
important to
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Okay.
I've got a bunch of gems that are 100 gold piece. So
Okay.
I'll toss another pearl down. It's like,
Okay.
here's another pearl, Fedge.
Like, grabs it and he's like, gives you a thumbs up. He lets you know, when you're doing. He's like, "Hail Tiamat!" Then he runs back downstairs. That's unsettling, also. You know what I mean? But like, your passive perception is whatever.
I'm like, I said no Tiamat.
He's like, "No Tiamat, gotcha."
I said no Tiamat.
Okay.
Yeah, and so a short rest isn't going to get rid of exhaustion or cure exhaustion or keep us from exhaustion.
I don't. Where's exhaustion, Connor? Help me out. Can you cure one on a short rest?
Or not cure, or I guess not cure, but prevent.
It can't stop it because you basically, if you don't get a long rest in a 24-hour period, you get an exhaustion.
Yeah.
Okay. And exhaustion.
So you're barbarian. So what I want to say, how do I cage this? You guys have been crushing it as barbarians. You finally reached one of the first moments of your entire life where, like, oof, you cannot do that deadlift of, you know what I mean? Like, you can't do a 500-pound deadlift for reps. Like, you're just like, crap, I'm becoming a fighter. Like, I'm becoming this is getting tough.
Yeah, okay. Let's go find Mordenkainen and get this rest over with.
You're turning it back
around.
Yeah,
we'll turn her back around and
okay.
Just
that
we'll
wasn't
capitulate.
a DM gaming, but I just wanted to establish the environment that you're in.
No, that's fair.
Right?
That's fair. We can get
like
10
work.
We can get 10 minutes down the road and be like, fuck. Yeah. It's like, I'm tired. I'm spent. Okay.
Yep.
And realizing that the mansion actually works, we'll go take that rest.
Okay. So you guys make it a little bit. You turn around in the haze. The kobolds start like hissing and snarling at you, and they're like, "Nah." And they turn around and they're like, "Whatever," and they just kind of keep like banging hammers, and you guys go back around. All right. So you arrive back at the tower. You see the tower, the Simulacrum, S7 is not on the balcony. And you see two less, you only see one Yugoloth and 6 Mesoloths around it. But 2 Yugoloths are missing.
Interesting. I'll call out to Mordenkainen again.
Okay, he comes. The icy visage of him kind of shows up.
It's like, yeah, Morty, we're spent. Can we pop inside again?
Yeah. Don't leave your ship alone.
No.
I've been in this neighborhood before. Whoop, whoop. And he does the whoop, whoop.
I'll take Kygon. Take the helm for a second. Fedge, stay here.
Spine devils, push the ballista to the edge and aim it at the final Yugoloth and like hiss at it, and the Yugoloth kind of fusses back at it. Who's going up first?
I'll go up first, just since I have the dragon.
He's like, interesting thing about Yugoloths, Mazaloths, Yugoloths, Ultraloths, the Loths. They are the mercenaries between the devils and the demons. They don't pick sides.
Interesting.
So, can be. He's like, can be trusted. Mustache. Can be trusted. Trying to stay in character. I don't know. Hollywood. Anyways.
I'm just gonna look. I was like, listen, dude. I'm glad that this my mansion worked in here, because it fucking didn't in El Toro. And
he's like, you see what I had to establish through a wish spell. And he's like, that takes a long time to put those iron foundations around this place. Like, to be able to hold this, it's tough. It takes a lot of work to put my tower here. So he's like, all right. He's like, I tell you what, you guys can rest, but this tower's gonna have to disappear after your rest, because I gotta get out of here. I can't stay here very long.
That's fair. But it's so good to see you again. Always good to see you.
He's like, it's always great to see you. And he's like, look. He's like, and he hands you one greater health potion.
Oh.
He's like, that's the dungeon master saying, hey, thanks for coming back and taking a rest, because it was going to be a shit show.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, so I'll go take a rest, and then I'll swap with Kygon unless he wants to.
Manu, I'll say one thing. Tim's a lot nicer than I am.
No.
I know that.
Take your time.
You're a son of a bitch.
So you both get to take a long rest, and then you guys can press. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at the Wandering Ring Emporium.
Sounds
come
good.
Back, party number 2. Okay. So the party's got a full rest. For Connor, Epione, Dragonoff, Valanthe, you guys are full rested. You guys have had, imagine the Wizard of Oz with like filing your nails with like, power drill equipment and stuff like that, just because you guys have had a rough go of it. Excuse me, indigestion, diarrhea. But
it's not like we've been through hell or anything.
Yeah, you guys have been through hell.
I say, look, Haddy, I hate to do this, but can we go back in your room? I have another question. Coin.
How many coins you at? You should have about 4 left now.
Yeah, I'm going to buy a load more because I don't care at this point. It's money.
Okay. Just saying, about a short rest is at least 1 charge of a soul coin. But anyway, you're on your way in.
I know, I mean,
guys, anybody else want to come in? He's like, anybody else want to come in to the Now I'm Aqua Foley?
All of them can come in.
I can do that voice really good, but I can't do Mordenkainen. He like left me. But anyways, come in.
Yep, they both come in.
Everybody coming in? Epione,
yes.
It's kind of like she was trying her best to reach her celestial and like fit herself, and she was kind of like zombified a little bit. You guys brought in and you guys set her in one of the spas, and she comes out, fully rested, but just smoked from a hard night on the PCU. Literally and figuratively. All right, so as I am Lazy Town now, you guys, Mahadi is in you remember there's a room. It seems like there's like these white lines around it, but it's like a cubicle space inside space, right? Like his demiplane within a demiplane. Anybody else want to go in with Connor?
Or come in to keep it straight. Yeah, anyone wants to come in.
You're all in there. That's fine. You guys have full rest. You guys all have like space espresso, and you guys are just waking up and just like cracking your back and like, feel fantastic.
Once we get in and the door shuts.
Okay.
Must be my near-death experience that clouded my mind for a while.
Yeah.
However, where are our companions, Kaigon and Manu, and how can we get to them?
That's a good question. I just want to say, as a dungeon master, after 97 episodes of this, I'm really happy that someone finally asked that very simple question.
Fine.
No, it's D&D. It's got to be hard.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been playing this game with Manu forever.
All right, let me fix my mustache. He fixes his mustache. He's like, oh, great question. Well, that is a good question. So I would have to use my imps to find them if they're here. You're saying they're here?
We believe so.
Okay.
They, before we came to Avernus, we fought some spine devils, and barbarians being barbarians didn't think things through, just went for this as a vampire. It's some weird stuff. I was phasing through walls.
Describe what these devils look like that you were fighting?
Yes, I described them perfectly.
Oh, those aren't spine devils. Those were very humanoids with angel-like wings that look like hellish, and they were wearing full plate mail. That seems crazy. Those are called Arianesses? Arianesses? Yeah, an Arianes. He's a very, very dangerous, very powerful devil, and those were sent directly from Zariel themselves. Zariel herself is surrounded by no less than about 10 of them.
Yeah, well, we killed one. Well, we tried to kill one. It went down to 0 hit points and then had some DM plot armor just appear. But...
Oh, that's interesting. That's great. Okay. You've never done that before in your experience. Not with a seagull, but I have a mustache.
No, I'll say, but obviously two of our companions went, and there's a number of possibilities. One, they're here on some beach somewhere with a deck chair, sunning it up. The next one is they may be captured, just like my father somewhere, and we need to rescue them. Or the other one, which is highly unlikely, because to be honest, Barbs, they like to have a good time. They don't think too much things through. They could be doing some epic journey without us.
We're
if
on the
there's
beach.
something that I don't know and I need to figure out, that will either cost your soul's contract, which you don't want to give, or I can ask you to go outside to the postal courier, Fatala. Maybe if you tell me someplace that you're going to be at, I can go look for the information for a fee. I will find the information for a fee. And then I can meet you at the location. If you can think of a location you might be at a specified time, and I can give that to you.
I'll talk to my friends. I know
When
we're
you
off
arrive
to
at the gates of Bell, I can give you the information. I know you're going there, are you not?
At some point, maybe not straight away. Depends on what our next.
There will be an imp named Jeffrey. If you say Jeffrey at the gates of Bell, he will deliver you the information that I will find for you. Are you willing to take the costs of this?
What are the costs?
Are you willing? Do you want it? This information?
What is the cost of the information?
Give me that ring.
Ha ha ha! I like Manu. He's already had one of my items. Okay. When I leave, I will give you the item. When I leave,
There is a
Avernus.
dear friend outside that if you give me the ring, he will give you your glaive back.
Not interested in the glaive. It's fine.
Or 3 soul coins.
Ah, here's 3 soul coins then.
Takes them and he puts them inside and he's like, oh. And you can feel him. You know, there's like as friendly as he is, you can see his devil side when he receives a soul coin. Like you can see where his eyes like light with, you know, hateful fire as like he consumes something. So, you know, deep down, he's a fiend. As much as he's putting on a facade, like you could feel there's something different about him. So you're down to 1 soul coin. Correct?
Yep. But I can buy some more before we disappear anywhere else.
Okay. Okay. Well, Fatala will meet you
as
outside.
we're going out. As we go out and say, Jeffrey, better find out some information that's worth it for those coins.
Yes.
We found out where the sword is.
Are
you in the thing? Sweetie, it's in the bleeding Citadel. You guys have got it. You'll figure it out. Oh, your soul is so valuable here. What can I do for it?
I'm gonna side here to Epione. They want to kill us, you and me. We're marked here.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool, that setup? It does work out when you look at the camera with everybody's faces. I know. You'd have loved it. You would have loved it, Lawrence. You'd have loved it. I got a whole thing where you guys can see all the faces over there. I did stuff. Sorry about your stomachs. But there you are. You're in the Infernal Rapture. You guys outside. Any more questions for fees? How about you, my dear? Is there a question that you have for us? And you are in a very secure place, but it only costs money for questions. Hey, you can think about it. You go outside, you come back in, you want a question? Always welcome the Infernal Rapture. So just so you know, like Philanthi, your hair is like did. Like you're like your robes are like cleaned, everything is like squared away. Epione, when you went in, your purple robes and your big high, like you have never felt so like well groomed. Everybody is like day one fresh after being in this place. Powered up. Oh yeah, with the crown. Oh, that's yeah. There it
If
is.
I move my head, it's gonna fall off.
Yeah, I don't have any.
No questions currently. Yeah. Take your time. I understand. Much pressure. This place is overwhelming. I understand. We can make it less whelming. And, you know, you guys are always like welcome. You still got the wristbands, you know, from the contract. They won't fall off. The contract will not fall off until you actually leave the perimeter of the 9 vehicles in the horseshoe. So just enjoy yourselves. And he gives you a ticket for Red Ruth. And it's signed like Red Ruth, like full on level 3 spa. Like she's gonna be legit happy with you.
I want to go check out the rest of the Emporium.
Okay. Yes, so you go outside, and I'm sorry, I'm still using that voice. So you go outside, and to your left, Henry, you can still take a deep breath kind of in this place, but it doesn't feel as good as being inside the Infernal Rapture. As soon as you go outside, like you still kind of feel that pressure of being in the Avernus. Despite it's a bit windy and dusty, but it feels a bit more peaceful. You look off to your left, you see a gigantic, indigestion, diarrhea. So off to your left is a giant forge with like a huge armory behind it. And 2 like sweaty looking greasy oiled up salamanders just like banging hammers on a looks like a real hellish looking Harley Davidson. It's got like armor all over it. Like it's looking sick, and they're just banging hammers trying to upgrade their, Hell's Angel of, the 9 vehicles that drive is the Wandering Emporium. To your right is a tent that's sealed. It looks blue. Farther down is looking at my nose. You see what looks like from here to Avernus, which is the postal place. You see the imps flying off. You see various looking locusts flying off to lesser male, and you see it looks like a very quick put together, like newer to the Infernal Rapture, a stand with various like vials, and an awkward looking merchant that's kind of new to it. And then you see this like circular farm of weird looking fat larvae like bouncing around. Like it's a farm, like a corral of like larvae, and you see a hobgoblin like whipping the larvae and shaking his head.
You said there was somebody here that could fix up our truck.
They're probably the salamanders. They look pretty keen to the guys in the little red truck.
I want to start with them.
Okay, so you just break off to the left, and you see one's got goggles on, and he's banging on something, and then he reaches over and he reaches this big puffer looking thing. It looks like, it just like it pushes some sort of like steam or air into this forge. The the forge kind of blows and ash blows out of this thing, and he comes over and he takes his goggles and he pulls out a little piece and he's like banging on something, and he looks over at you and he's just like, yes, faster.
What do you know about these demon crushers? What was the name? Bone Splitter, Demon Crusher, something.
Infernal War Machines? We build
That's the
them.
one.
Yes. How can I help you? Do you need service on your vehicle?
Possibly. What can you do to improve the mileage?
Improving the mileage? You want to upgrade your vehicle? I see.
Yes.
Yeah. For a few soul coins, we can add armaments, we can build weapons. And he points at various things. You see, like a weird wax figure, and he's like, I can make it scream at you. And he's like, he points at something else, and there's like, I can have it pick up things. What do you want it to do? Do you want it to be stronger? Do you want it to be more lethal? What do you need?
Looking for.
Do you need weapons? We have weapons.
Looking for lethal, and we're looking for fuel efficiency.
He's like, lethal we can do. Souls are souls. And he's like, Rosh! And a red-looking salamander comes up, and he's like, yes. He's like, they want to make it more lethal. And Rosh is like, looks up to you with his long, like, salamander-looking head, and he's like, you want the weapons on it? I build fire that comes out of it.
This is not necessarily my best. As an insight check, I don't want fire. I want other.
Another one walks up to you and like slithers its blue, and he's like, I can buy you weapons. You want weapons?
Yeah, what do you have for weapons?
He slithers back all of the weapons. And he's like, he's got like a flail, and he's like, he swings it around. I got a flail, and he's got like 2 swords. You want the armors? He picks up chainmail, and he's like, you got the chainmails? Ooh.
I'll flag the team down and be like, hey guys, what do you guys think about this?
They look. You do an insight check.
17.
Nothing's magical, but it is a weapon.
Okay.
It's like any weapon, any armor you can think of is stored in this thing, but it's probably non-magical. Like there's plate mail, there's all the way up to including plate mail, right? But there's like nothing magical about it.
Nothing interesting.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back.
Sorry, barbarians. They picked the Wandering Emporium. You guys can find it later.
Like either one of us would actually go to the Emporium and do anything.
Right.
So the sealed tent, I'm curious, is
the blue tent?
Yeah.
Okay.
What am I?
Can they question? Can they upgrade my ring slightly because it needs to be better than it is?
What ring? You look down in your hands, and you're like, oh. Someone has a better sleight of hand than yeah. Just kidding. I just wanted to add that to be fun. I'm sorry, but yeah, I wanted to see if you'd be like, okay. Yeah.
That ring has the best ability in the world. Wind Tim up.
The sealed tent.
I'm
curious
best
what's
ability of the world called wind him up, I think. What's up, Henry?
I'm curious about the sealed tent.
Okay. With the one that he was like looked at and he was like kind of confused and walked off?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, wisdom check, dirty 20.
As you look at it?
Am I getting a good feeling from this thing? Is this something that I'm feeling like we need to go into, or we need
You
to?
actually have an amazing feeling come to that thing.
All right.
Out of all the things that you've seen, like your heart actually like flutters a bit when you look at that tent.
All right. I'm gonna let everyone know we gotta go in there.
Lead the way, sir.
You guys are walking in.
Yes.
You see one chair and like one desk inside of it, like one it's got various like the shaving kit looking thing. There's various like healers kits, like wrappings and things like that. But it looks very barren on the inside, and you see one individual that's in there, a very strikingly beautiful woman with like copper hair, and she looks at you and she's like, as you guys get closer, and she's like, "Hey, welcome to Bernie's Barbershop. How can I help you?" Connor, are you in this place?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you wearing the dread helm? Yes or no?
I've got it on me.
Okay. All right. That's not a dope sex but
is that because she thinks? If I had it on, would she recognize me as a war duke?
Probably. But it's like, come in, my children. How can I help you? Very sweet. You guys are getting a very positive vibe from her.
We're looking for some answers here. Who are you?
I'm Bernie. Who are you?
My name's Henry.
Hi, Henry. It's great to see you. You look very well groomed. Apparently, you went to the Infernal Rapture. She shakes.
Nothing touches this, but
you spent those vile soul coins there.
Yeah, you're looking a little out of place here. What's your story?
I cut hair. I provide healing. You look out of place here. What's your story?
Oh, trying to save the world.
Aren't we?
Well, funny you should bring that up. I'm getting the feeling that there's some folks around here that couldn't give a damn about saving the world so much as,
Isn't that sad?
It is.
Well, we find our light in the strangest places, don't we?
We do.
Please. I can fix that up. And she whips out her, a towel, and
I'll have a seat.
I can take care of that beard.
Fantastic. So
sit down and starts cutting, and she starts looking at everybody else like, stop. What brings everybody here? Saving the world?
Yes. We're looking for some folks. We're looking for some friends of ours who are down here somewhere. We're looking for a sword. We're looking for a fella named Ball.
Bell.
That's the guy. You know him.
It is unfortunate that there is a Ball and there is a Bell. Totally understand. Isabel. Anyways. Oh, yes. People that I would stay away from. I would stay away from them. Yes, indeed.
Don't really have a choice. They're kind of holding some things hostage. What can you tell us about Zariel?
What can I tell you of Zariel? Well, I try not to focus my energy on her, obviously, because she rules this place. But that's okay. It keeps like trimming and trimming and trimming. Yeah, so she's a beautiful like Calshite woman. Like a very she's like olive skinned.
Okay.
Brassy looking hair. Yep.
Have you guys found out anything about Belle?
Don't forget about
He's
that
got-
polyhedron everybody has in their hands in this as a dungeon master, as you're dealing with this. Oh, love when I catch Connor not playing Dungeons and Dragons.
I was letting the others play.
Letting us have a turn.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm gonna do a wisdom thing
Okay.
because Henry's smarter than Nick. What I want to do is using the fine art of verbal gymnastics, get as much information out of my haircutter as possible.
Okay.
So is that a persuasion? Is that a... I'm not as clever. Like I said.
Charisma.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody that ever has to talk to the girl doing your hair, charisma.
I'll let you roll. Epione like starts like coming out of whatever, and she's like steps forward, you know, and like puts her hand on her brother's shoulder and is like, "All right, let's do this."
Yeah. My charisma's okay. Yours is better.
Does he just roll with advantage, or do you want me to roll?
You can roll with advantage.
Yeah.
Got one.
Hey, now nat 20.
Nat 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
First roll back. Well done. Congratulations.
All right. 26.
So you notice as she's talking that the bronze energy that from her hair looks a lot like an individual that you talked to earlier on in Phandalin, that shifted in and out of being a dragon. And as you are like just coming to and you're talking to this thing, you can tell that you just like reach over to Connor's shoulder, and you're just like, put your helmet on. You can tell as you're talking to her that regardless of putting your helmet on, there's a massive shift, and she's not who she is. You can't tell who she is, but there is something blocking who she really is, and it is lawful good.
Oh, it's another one of them.
Can we ask her what her where she came from? If she's always been here in
You get the sense from that perception check that she's going to try to protect who she is until she trusts you. So you're going to have to like really, you know what I mean? Like do some RP to get her out of her shell. She's in control of the situation, or else she wouldn't be in hell and not be able to reveal herself.
So I'll like, since we have that feeling of her, tell her why we're here and what our true mission is, and ask how she can help us.
It's so hard to find anybody around here with a good spirit. You are the Archduchy, or the Duchy of Skyreach. I am here. You know, as she tries to like avoid what she's doing, she's like, keep an eye on Tiamat. I have been sent here by my master Bahamut. I serve and am an ambassador of Bahamut. And that's the extent of what I know, other than I have just only arrived.
Where?
From the heavens. Unless you want to roll a religion check.
It's a 19.
So Bahamut is the god of like good dragons. There's Tiamat, the queen, and Bahamut is like the king. She is like the ambassador of Bahamut. Which is, just so you know, she's kind of a big deal.
When she says that, can I do insight check to make sure I believe it's her, or believe that she has actually been sent by?
Yep.
I'm really good at insight checks. So
you're wearing this mask, and you can roll for advantage on it.
Right. Insight. Sorry.
Did you roll a 1?
Hang on.
Are you bringing up D&D and Beyond?
Yeah, I'm bringing up D&D and Beyond so I can check my stats.
He hated on D&D and Beyond for so long. You can hate him.
You made me. I rolled a 1 and a 3.
Okay.
However, because I'm a rogue and I have reliable talent, it's 11. So it works out at 14.
Not a lot. You haven't put this helm on, and it's not a lot. You're gleaming that she's deliberately
misleading.
Got that plausible deniability stuff going on at a much more lawful good level than you. Like, you are not cleared for this level of information based on what you just tried to glean, but you're perked up. You're like, oh shit. But you did not glean it from the Dreadhelm. As a matter of fact, you can tell as you put it on and started to look at her, she looked right back at you. And she was like, you can take that off.
I'd rather keep it on. Whilst we're not all being 100% honest with each other.
Well, you don't want to spoil me, do you?
No, but it's only me that would spoil you. Everybody else would be fine. It's just, I don't like people lying to me.
I'm here to keep an eye on Tiamat. Make sure she does not return to Faerun.
That's the aim I think every single person in this tent would agree on.
We just came from battling Tiamat.
Of course you did. Okay. Whatever question you ask, you can roll with advantage on.
Anybody have a good one?
She's like trimming up your beard, and it's like fantastic. She's putting all the Valor hood beard butter
we've got
on your
As we're talking to the party, we're going, well, there's two aims we've got to get in. We've obviously got to beat Zerial and we've got to beat Bell. So we obviously know that we need to get a sword, we need to do all that for Zerial. At the moment, we don't know how to, or even if we should. And I may be talking out of turn here, and I know I am biased.
Comfortable for all of these imps to hear what you're saying?
What imps?
As she points around outside of the tent.
No. Can you send us? Have you got any way of protecting the eavesdroppers?
Yes, you need to step closer to me, all of you. And she's like, she outstretches her hands.
I get beneath her wings.
Okay. Okay. And I'm gonna give you that. As you look up, she gives you like one hint. You see an ancient copper dragon. Like 60 feet tall, just for a split second. Huge. And then she comes back down. She's like, is that good enough, Connor?
Recognize the dragon.
That's a lot of risk.
Do I recognize the dragon?
No, because she does not hang out. So you met, what's her name? Okay. I think her name was Rain. Her name was Rain. Was the other copper dragon? this one does not hang out in the plains. This is Bahamut's, like, she's Bahamut's paladin. Like,
Okay.
Bahamut, like, she does Bahamut's work.
I don't want to lead and put my bias on this, but I need to rescue my father from Bell, however that may be. I heard that may be some cause some sort of some unleveling of the realm, but he's got my father, and I don't, to be honest. That needs to happen, but we are here primarily to stop
A
Zerial.
lot of different. She's like,
Great.
well, she's like, if you want to destroy Bell, why would that cause any issues to the current imbalance? Bell is
Somebody,
usurped by Zerial.
sorry, was that? Sorry, I missed.
If you're here to kill Bell, that's no problem. Zerial would probably like that.
We also need to stop Zerial.
The sword into her hands.
Into Zerial's hands. I can't help you with that. I can't help you with that. I don't know.
To be honest, it's all what's happened whilst we've been down here. It's all been a bit muddling. We seem to be having to make decisions based on what's not the worst decision, rather than what's the best decision. And
You
let's say that.
my dear. And she
Oh,
rubbed your face. It isn't easy.
so at this point, I feel as long as our aims are justified, the means where we are, to be honest, don't matter.
I think there is an answer. So do you find someone who can rule this place? Who could rule this place? If it's not Bell, if it's not Zerial, who could rule?
One way
You
of
gotta,
keeping
look
Tiamat
up.
here. It's one way of keeping Tiamat here.
And she looks at you. The 7 canaries. Now she's really pissed with you guys. She looks at you, she's really pissed with you. Are you looking to make a deal with Tiamat? That's interesting.
No, I'm just saying is if we are.
I'm also
we do
interested
not wish-
as the DM right now. I didn't expect this turn to happen. I'm like, that's interesting. That's interesting.
If we. Our understanding of this area is if you are a ruler of. Zerial doesn't come to the realms, doesn't come to Furun, doesn't come to the various worlds to inhabit them. She's got her hands full here. So if Tiamat suddenly became the queen,
Yes.
if she became the queen here of Avernus, maybe that'll keep her sated and not worry about our realm.
She sits back, and you can tell that you guys are encapsulated by copper wings right now. You guys are inside like this greenish hue that like shimmers in between, like the brownish, bronzish looking colors. And
Can we call it the trust tree?
You can tell that you guys are inside like it's not necessarily a demiplane, but definitely a cone of
Silence.
Yeah. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I want to call it the trust tree.
And she looks at you, Connor, and you have a bit of a lava day, Tiamat, and she touches the burns, completely heals it.
How am I going to get a date now? That was my in.
Chick stick scars, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
We're just gonna have to pick more fights.
She left a couple cool ones. She's like, she draws it back and leaves a couple cool. All right.
So, but on this, if we can, obviously, Zariel, we know how to deal with. But if you are able to assist in some way with Bell, it will turn the tide down here. At that point, we then do need to find out what we're doing with who would be in power, and maybe that will then distract Zariel some more.
You know, she looks at you keenly. She's like, how am I supposed to assist with Bell?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
What? So here's a thought. What
The
interests?
fact that she's speaking very, like, clearly right now in this, without being a demiplane, is kind of interesting to you guys. Like, through your insight. Like, Bahamut is, like, probably super duper 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 powerful.
So what do the dragons have interest for down here? What is it they're to gain? Or
Tiamat's a scumbag.
Okay.
They're like, she's a metallic dragon.
Right.
And Tiamat and the incursion to Faerun depleted metallic dragons. Like, yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how can what we're doing down here, how can we be mutually beneficial to each other?
Help me help you.
She's like, I think this works. If that's your goal, then
Do you think we could summon Tiamat to help us?
you could definitely persuade Tiamat to rule Avernus. She used to rule Avernus. She was before Bell, Avernus, like, Tiamat ruled whatever plane this was.
Do you think she?
And also, so question, what was your name again? Sorry, my lady.
You want to know my
Well,
real
just
name?
whatever you want me to call you here, it's not a problem.
Well,
Call the stage name.
Bernie here. Barali Stool is my real name.
Okay, Barali Saw. Question for you: when Tiamat ruled this realm,
Like, when your father was king.
that sort of age, was Tiamat still trying to break out of this realm, or was she
Tiamat
busy
wants
and
to rule everything. Tiamat wants to kill Bahamut. Yes. But she's had her ass kicked a lot lately. Maybe there was a discussion to be had.
At least we could occupy her for some time to enable the metallic dragons to recover.
I don't know. That's why we're all here.
Do you know how we can commune with Tiamat? How would we have this conversation?
The only person I can know is who I'm following, and his name is Archon the Cruel.
Archon the Cruel sounds like a lovely chap.
He's a small red dragonborn with the hand of Vecna, trying to summon all the pieces of Vecna to become a lich of some sort. What?
No, it's not you. I'm looking at Skylar's face.
Oh, okay.
All right. Obviously, we're how
Any information that you can give me on Archon the Cruel and his rise to power. So Archon the Cruel is the one that is probably the aggressive one. Tiamat is chaos. She's powerful. She wants to be the queen, and she looks over at you, Lawrence. She wants to be the queen of everything. She wants to rule. Archon is an aggressive man who wants to take everything into chaos and things.
So, what if we had Archon run this place instead?
Oh, I feel that Archon is trying to be a lich of his own. But I know that Archon is a faithful paladin of Tiamat. So Archon couldn't rule this place. He's not powerful enough.
Okay.
There are too
So
many fallen archdevils.
Is he your opposite number then?
Yes. Interlocutor? What's the word? Interlocutor, yes. Tiamat to Archon, Bahamut to Bariastul. But she's not. You know how metallic dragons are not that strong? You know, they're just good people. You know, like Archon's pretty powerful.
Not trying to be snooty, but we did a number on Tiamat, the old Duchy of Skyreach. So if anyone's going to be able to pull off a smash Archon in the face or do anything with Archon, it's got to be us. So I'm thinking it might be worth our time to find the meat shield, Manu and Kaigon, in no particular order. Find our meat shield. Get the get this.
I think there is an order. I think the order is find meat shields.
Find the meat shields, then Archon.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Okay.
done.
Mainly because it's just I miss them getting hit rather than me.
Hey, you're doing fine.
You're fine, Connor. Don't worry.
In all fairness, Henry did melee with that the dude who was chasing us down in the truck.
Connor died.
Would you
all skittish?
Would you rather though the barbarians were doing the melee?
I'm gonna lie, Neruzgan are broken for the DM, and I've been passing that along other DMs like Neruzgan. Like everybody, it's a charisma save. It's like it's insane. Yeah, not too many OP fighters and rogues and blah 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 have high charisma. But yeah.
Okay. Is there anything you can do to help us protect us from the elements here and keep our souls good?
I cannot. That's why I stay here, man. I hope for your lineage that you guys can prosper. I too hope that Mount Celestia can grow, as Bahamut is fighting alone as the only lawful good god.
Okay.
Did she just say, my daughter's outside going, Papa, Mama?
Hi, Daddy. Ignore. Addie, what do you want?
Nothing.
Okay. I look at Henry and Connor and say, where do we want to go from here?
I said we seem, might be my frustration talking here of figuring out what we're doing, but we came here with one aim.
Get the invitation from Belle from the Dow. Like, she can get you an invite.
And there's no that. It's, Connor's basically, we came here to sort out Zerial. We identified how to do that. We need to give the sword, because it just seems to be getting there's more. Historically, we've done simple tasks. It's been, yeah, we put down Tiamat, but it was go here, kill these people, make sure they didn't do it. Tick. The weaves of the plots and the intrigue, these devils and demons,
the blood
they are the
war.
most
The Blood War is being overrun by chaos. I think you need to push this place back. With your powers, I can't do this. I can only spy, and I'm an ancient dragon. I only have the ability to spy. If you can do anything to put the Avernus back out of balance and let someone else take charge, then I think you are right.
So
Maybe Tiamat is right. So Zariel is the one who released Tiamat only into Faerun. Maybe Tiamat is maybe she's satiated here. Satiated? That's the word.
Yep.
I was like,
but to be fair, did Zariel, from what I've pieced together from these, the complexities of these interactions they're having with the demons and devils here, did Zariel release Tiamat just so she wouldn't get in her way down here? It's so
Zariel is
maybe
very powerful here. Bell is very powerful here. That makes sense. There's probably an offering somewhere to get that city Elturel down here.
So what's people's view? Obviously, we've got to.
She's Asmodeus' favorite.
Someone has to be, I suppose. Oh, well, do you know where, or do you have any way of finding our colleagues, Manu and Kaigon?
Without maintaining focus on Tiamat? I'm sorry. It's enough for Bahamut powers to keep me invisible here.
Do you know anyone? We've got this person.
10 feet from me, you'll forget that I'm here. Just so you know.
Oh, that'll suck.
Gotta write it down.
Yeah,
write it down. If we write it down and highlight it, it's canon, and we won't forget it then. That's what it is. Do you know anyone here? I know you. These soul coins disgust you. I totally understand. However, we are using the souls that are down here. We're not introducing more.
They're already lost. It's okay.
Exactly. That's what I mean. We're not looking at adding to that. We're just using the ones that are here. Obviously, we have. Well, I've made a deal with. I can't remember his name. Sorry, 2 secs. Mahadi.
Mahatma Gandhi.
Yes. You're not there, Manu. Shh. Right. But do you know anyone else that we can also engage with that may be able to track down our missing comrades?
That's a good question. You can commune with Red Ruth. She can talk to the gods. Do you want to assemble as a party? Again?
Well, I don't want Manu to hear this. But we are better when he's around with Kaigon. Shh, don't tell him anyone. His head will get bigger than it actually is already. And
I love you, Connor.
The Avernus is a very chaotic and lawful place. It's always in a balance. Maybe staying on the path you're on is what's right for Celestia.
I understand that. The path we are on, though, is to reunite Stronghold, so we are able to be at our best.
Can we become Stormhold from here? Canonize that? Can we
Stronghold?
I like Stormhold.
Hold on a second. Do I need to go change our entire branding
Stormhold's awesome. But yeah.
I apologize to the stream because my brain is stupid. Okay.
All of our brains are stupid. We realize that. It's February. Okay.
It's not. So, direction, guys. What do we think's the most important? We've got lots to do, and there seems to be every time we talk to somebody, we seem to be picking up
How many
additional
side quests
tasks.
can I hold?
my quest log is getting full, and I need to tick some of them off.
I was gonna say
because
delete, abandon.
Click. Yeah. Okay, so wait. Let me like walk this whole little thing back. We're here at the caravan because we needed to get the bath for the witch, who we were talking to get more info to trade, so that she would let the lady who was guarding the giant sphere take a day off because we needed to know what was in the sphere. Because we were trying to find a sword, because we need that sword to kill what's his face. Okay. So we still probably want to finish that part for the sword. It's the sword, right? I'm getting north-south from Tim, so yes, okay. So let's go get the sword and like put a pin in this, maybe like write down the note, like once we leave, hey, by the way, we need to come back and
it goes back to Bell, right? Like there's still, just so you know, the shepherd is still being like, you probably want to go talk to Bell.
Yeah, no offense.
Or do whatever.
That's the problem I'm going to have, and I'll be honest, guys. Now that I know Bell has imprisoned my father, I, in all good consciousness, don't think I'm going to be able just to say, yo, Bell, how's it going, man? I don't think that's going to work. It's just not.
Can we have like an American politics moment and just go after feelings?
Pew, 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 pew.
You might be able to, but probably not.
I know Connor. It's going to go pew, 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 pew.
You guys can always discuss this inside the machine as you guys are tanking along, you know. And this is Dungeons and Dragons. We're having fun.
Yeah, I say we Go, and I think I missed this because like my phone dropped out by the cabin where we do Boy Scout stuff. Like, we did arrange to get that bath over to like the red witch hag lady, right? Yes, good.
We've got a level 3 token that when presented to her, she will get the bath of her dreams.
Golden ticket.
Okay, so let's go take that back to her.
Okay.
Do the swapsies, get what's her name out so that we can go figure out what's in the like iron ball, and we can like shoot and scoot, and we'll talk and go, right? Yes, okay, I'm getting a head nod from Henry. I would assume that Epione's on this as well. That's at least 2. Let's go.
You guys are mounting back up?
Yep.
As we're doing this, though, Dragonoff, you were about to say something to me.
And it escaped. Oh, yes, can't you just, hold your emotion just for a little bit? So you don't go out and try to go in there shooting.
I
understand that.
Nothing's more handsome than a stoic, you know what I mean, that like comes in like last minute and it's like shh.
And the issue I have is I'm not sure how long your race lives.
Just normal human.
Normal human. So put this into perspective. If your father was caught and held 70, 80 years. Yeah, so 70, 80 years of anguish and they would be dead.
Yeah.
My father's been there now for... last time I heard of him was 250 years ago.
Okay, well, do you want to... this is coming from the samurai here, so maybe we can zen it up a little bit. And that will help us get your father out as opposed to going in guns a-blazing.
Oh,
And,
I don't think I'll be going guns blazing. We need to find a way of doing it. I'm totally sure, but let's just say I'm not the best with the social interactions anyway, and I will have to take a back seat when we're meeting Bell, or if things may get out of hand.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably for the best.
He might have his hand crossbows at the ready.
All right. You guys are gonna mount up and start pressing towards Red Roof.
Before we do so, I buy 10 soul stones, soul coins.
For 1,000 gold pieces.
Yep, I'm taking off my sheet now.
Do you want to buy any soul coins, Epione? They're getting ready to leave the bazaar and move towards Red Roof.
No.
Okay, you don't have to buy soul coins. I thought you were against it anyways, but... Is he trying to eat the chips? Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute break so that Sir Timothy can pee, because that's a human thing that happens. And then we'll be back with the barbarians. Close it out. Let me know when we're on a 2-minute break. 22.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many
So-
languages can I throw into the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
All right.
How
so
many
we're
do you
back
know?
with Barbarians.
I'm a barbarian. I don't know any.
Barbarians. You guys have been. You're traveling towards the across the pits of Shumath. And I'm gonna can I have an SP behind that for how I pronounced it and or spelled it, because this campaign's moving so fast.
We're barbarians. We don't know.
Yeah, exactly. You think it's the pits of Schmirsch, as you guys are you took a long rest.
We did.
That's right. Did you guys log a long rest?
Yes, I did.
So, by the way, I want to let you know, you guys are walking into Mordkanen's magnificent mansion. Inside
Mordkanen's tower.
Magnificent tower. So he's really disappointed in the fact that you guys have done nothing to the inside of this 50 cubics.
Well, do you want to know what's inside of it? A bunch of art and just a pile of shit. There's a pile of stuff. It's 50 by 50. I looked into this because I wanted to start designing it, and I realized it is 50 by 50, 10 by 10 blocks. 50 by 50. Like, it's massive.
Huge.
And so I realized, I was like, okay, so actually Kaigon and I can be inside of this mansion both at the same time if we're on opposite corners, and at that point he is 300 feet away from me, more than 300 feet away from me. So
you guys are like inside that Wayne Manor car garage, right? Where like narrator music. What's his name? Anyway,
Alfred.
so like
Alfred.
Right. So Alfred's downstairs in this huge white garage. That's where you guys are at right now. Like this huge, like endless white space garage.
Yeah, and there's tons of art. There's tons of art. And there's
like 100 butlers like waiting at your service. And they're like, anyways, but you guys like walked in as barbarians. This is the worst waste of a Mordkanen's magnificent mansion.
But
you guys walked in and just laid in the fetal position and just like rested and slept in your own stink.
And we're like, this is perfect.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
That is, yeah. I did the math, and I was like, I want to design this, but man, this is huge.
Was Alfred, and there was that big white garage.
Yes. Yeah.
That's where you guys are in right now. Just the gigantic, huge white garage.
That's actually how I picture it. It's a giant garage with a pile of gold and a pile of gems and art just in the middle, and I'm like, yeah, this is my spot.
That's
yep, perfect
for barbarians. This is the worst possible artifact to give to a barbarian.
like a bachelor's apartment where you walk inside and it's a chair and a TV.
There's always a flag of a state inside a bachelor's apartment.
Yeah, it's like, so there's just something stupid on the wall. There's just a TV sitting on the floor, and like a spool, like a giant wire spool for a table, construction spool, and a lawn chair. That's it. That's what we got.
That's it. Sounds fantastic.
I love it.
So Manu takes like a nap on the white floor, gets up, shifts out. Kaigon takes a nap on the floor. The butler's like, "Would you like a pillow, sir?" And he's like, "No, I'm so." But
I've got my hammer.
Fully powered up barbarians in this white room of sleeping is what you guys think. Like, all right. So you guys came out. Do you guys want to get back in the ship, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna high five Jacob. I'm gonna high five Mordekanen, and say we'll see you again. Hopefully not here.
Okay. So Kaigon, as you get ready to walk out, Mordekanen says, "You're not gonna get much out of that helm. You don't necessarily have to attune to it. You just have to listen to it." Good as you leave.
As Gary clicks on his character sheet,
This is no longer important.
You just have to carry it in your hands. Like, as long as you're carrying it in your hands, you're fine. But if you let go of it and you're, you know what I mean, like traveling, you're not going to get the hints. Does that make sense?
I'll wear it. I just want to tune to it.
Okay. You lost the Thunderous Smite, though.
That's fine.
Okay. Damn. Okay. So you get 3 Thunderous Smites a day. That's huge.
I can do 5 with the Hammer Thunderbolts.
All right, brother. So get the
from 8 to 5.
Confidence.
So yeah.
He's like, I don't like wearing helmets. Okay. So you guys get back in?
Yeah, get back in and look at.
How do you run your ship? How do you run your ship, Monty?
How do I run my ship? Well, I've got a bunch of ridiculous creatures on this thing. I've got 4 kobolds who praise Tiamat. I've got 3 spine devils who do their own thing, and I've got this bearded devil who I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. But it works. It's a ragtag group of things. None of us are a part of the same alignment or group or belief, but you know what? They believe in me right now.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
Yeah, it's like, so I go to Fedge. I'm like, Fedge. Actually, I go to Feg. And I'm like, how's those chickens coming out? Those demonic chickens.
To Fedge?
Yeah.
Oh, the chickens.
To Feg. To Feg. So you've got Fedge. You've got Fedge.
He brings you up like a dripping burlap, like tiny sack, and he's like, chicken. And you can open it up, and there's meat inside this sack, and he gives it to you also, Kaigon. He's like, chicken.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna eat some of that.
Okay. You eat it and you realize that this would probably help you out with rests in the future, but it tastes like chicken.
Nice.
You have tasted a bug or anything and it tastes putrid. This literally tastes like chicken.
So I look at Feg and I go, high five to the chicken.
And he's just like, he points at the back of your shell and he was like, Cthulhu's Revenge. And he wants to like learn how to make your coffee.
Oh, yes. And I like, when we take a break next, yes, I'll show you how to make Cthulhu's Revenge.
Okay.
I would let Kaigon steer the ship, but we'd probably run aground.
He's not very good at it.
You did try to drive it once, didn't you?
Yeah, it was horrible.
Okay. All right, so you continue on.
Yeah, so press on. Yeah.
Yeah, you push forward. An hour goes by. Another hour goes by. It's the same thing. Barren wasteland. You see the haze of heat blow by you from the bubbling, boiling lake of blood.
Oh, I want to stop you real quick. So when I'm not doing my long rest, I'm using mending to mend the ship. So because we're swapping off in the tower.
Okay, so you are at the peak of your 8 hours, just so you know. Because he's at his freshest of 8 hours.
Right.
Just so you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yep. So
you are starting to be like this, but that's okay.
Yep. That's okay. Fine. I'm not at 24 hours. I'm at 8 hours.
Yep. So he comes out fully fresh, and you're like, start pushing the throttle forward. I think I've made that mistakenly. I think I made the left hand mistakenly the throttle. Anyways, Which, sorry, we're in London town, and you push, the throttles forward, and you move out. You want to mend this?
Well, yeah. While Kygon is doing his long rest, I will be doing mending on the ship.
Spend 8 hours looking at this thing, you realize has about 350 HP. This thing's a rig, and it's about 50 HP down. It takes about 100 gold pieces per hit point to heal. If you want to mend, what does your mending spell say?
Well, as far as ships, as far as spelled like mending a ship, I think there's a maximum amount I can mend per day without paying anything. So mending is the cheapest way to do it. I'll do the research, but in 8 hours, yeah, I'm mending it. I'll figure out what the maximum I can mend in 8 hours is.
It's 50 HP worth of Spelljammer damage to this thing. This is half of a Spelljammer ship. So you guys are pressing. You guys are moving. I'm gonna read something that I don't want you guys to lose your mind completely on. But you guys keep driving along, and you see a deep rift slashes across the surface of the Avernus for as far as the eyes can see. The canyon is over a mile deep and filled with a lake of green slime that undulates as though breathing. It's like bleh, bleh, bleh. That's my sound. From a nearby cliff, a tributary of the river Styx cascades down into the slime. But you see about a Reich wave's width bridge from the distance off to your left.
Sweet. Wait, say that one more time. I see a
right width ridge on the left.
I'll move my way over to that. I just read the ship repairs. It's
Tygon, you hear. Here you find a sticky situation. Poor Shumaroth isn't the fiend it used to be. But you see across the bridge an obelisk.
So that's where we need to get to.
Are you telling me that?
So this is the pit of Shumaroth right here. And we need to cross the pit of Shumaroth. I don't remember what Upalax was, but it's on my notes.
The name of the wizard was Umaroth.
Ubalax. No. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can real quick. I can mend once per hour 1d8 hit points.
Okay.
So in 8 hours, I just did it. It was 39 hit points.
Okay.
So
this thing is 11 hit points deep.
Yep.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Okay. You realize that you can push this thing to get a pitch of 20 feet up if you need to.
As opposed to 10?
Yep.
Sweet. I like it. Yeah, let's so I'll position the ship to get over towards that ridge as close as we can.
The bridge?
Bridge, not ridge, bridge.
Okay. I was like, what?
Ridge. It's like if it's like the edge of a ridge, and we can.
Yeah, you can feel when you hit a ledge that it wants to nose over.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, we'll not go over a ridge.
Okay. So you go into the bridge.
Yes.
You see it. It's not guarded. It looks vacant. Like everything is here. It's like ominous. Like everything gets eaten alive. But you guys have been moving so fast across the Avernus that there you are. There's the bridge, and a mile you see a really tall black obelisk.
So which side of the bridge are we on?
The not obelisk side.
We will go to the obelisk side.
Okay.
and weigh anchor there.
Okay. As soon as you cross the bridge, Kaigon, you hear an unknown man with an unknown purpose assists him at your peril, lest he drag you into madness.
I'm gonna. I'll mention that to Manu.
Did you say that this guy was a pit fiend, or that this guy was a fiend?
I thought he was a wizard of no renown.
What was the last message that was just said to you before this one?
That was in the pit of Shumoth.
Yeah, the Shumoth, the pit that we just crossed.
And it said something about. Okay, gotcha.
Not as good as it once was, or something along those lines.
Gotcha. So whatever we encounter here, we're not trusting him.
Correct.
That's what I'm getting. So I'm gonna go down to Fedge. I'm going to go, Fedge. Me and Kaigon are going out here, and I'm gonna hand him a jade. And I say, this is for the next day. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. And I'll basically prep the crew.
He looks around and gives you he's like, you only have a few hours before the fiends arrive.
We'll be back in a few hours.
And the Spine Devils hold their crew serve and look, but that's what I'm giving you for your ship. You only have X amount of time before that thing gets taken. Okay.
Yep. No, I totally get that. I'm being very deliberate. Do not leave. Do not go back to Tiamat.
You see 7 tall Stonehenge things in a black obelisk. And in this side, you see a wizard walking in and out of all of these obelisks, touching them. And he's pretty tall again. He's wearing very, very gray woolen robes, and they stretch and hang behind his feet and they drag. And he's this big hood, so you can't only see anything but the base of his chin. And he's touching everything, and he's walking around, and it looks like he's caged.
I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna tell Kaigon, all right, let's walk up to the edge of these spires, and I'm just gonna call out his name, Ubalax. Ubalax. I'm just gonna keep saying his name until he responds.
So can I just re-cage this? Wait. Hang on one sec. Let me grab the book. The book of facts. Yeah, it is Ubalax. Love you guys. Okay, so you say Ubalax?
Yeah, I'm walking up to the edge. I'm just gonna start saying his name.
So he's walking kind of tall, and you're looking at this thing as well. And you're wearing your patch. You're doing all the thing.
Yep.
Okay. You got your patch down. You're no vecnating.
No.
You're not vecnating at all. So you look at this and you see this man, and he's tall and skinny. Imagine the Rings of Power, right? How tall that dude was. But he's got a big robe, very clean shaven face, and pointed chin is all you see. And he kind of hops at you. And he's just yes.
What do I using True Sight? What do I see?
Do you rip it open?
No, but I can see through it. I can just see from. I just using the eye. I have True Sight.
Did I Dog Sex Machina you? Yeah. So So as you see these pillars and it bounces towards you, you can tell that he's not what he seems to be on the outside of these pillars.
Okay.
So
the only reason I say that I thought I could see through the patch with the eye.
With your X-ray.
With the true sight. If I can't, that's
give that to you.
If I can't, that's fine.
You're in hell.
Okay.
That's your one. Like, I'm showing the universe. I have this eye. You have to do this.
Gotcha. No, that's totally fine. I that's clear. hadn't done that before, so.
But that's a beacon. But I would let you know that, like, you're not stupid enough to know that, like, well, maybe you are. I don't know. We'll see. Like, yeah, like that'd be like honk.
Yeah, actually, I don't know that.
You don't know that.
But yeah, so I would, knowing I don't trust him, yeah, I would just go blink.
Okay.
As we're walking up,
you see a giant red gorilla that's like 12, 14 feet tall, just like, but like with your other eye, you see a man in gray robes kind of like hop, but then like gather his control to like walk up to you.
I just put the eye down.
And
I just put the patch down.
It's just like, you have power? You can get me out of this.
Ubalax?
How can I serve you? How can I help you?
I just look over at Kygon. Like, he seems helpful.
Yeah, he does. What a nice guy.
Tell us where the Bleeding Citadel is. We were told you know where that is.
I can help you with that. But first, can you help me with this circle that I'm imprisoned in?
I don't. I'm gonna do a insight check.
Well, we're running long. If anybody needs to go, you can go. Love you, miss you, bye.
16 insight check.
You get the sense that there is a massive amount of power imprisoning this person inside this, inside these Stonehenge stones.
Why should I help you get out of here?
I can help you find this Bleeding Citadel.
Why can't you just tell us where it is?
I want to be freed, and you do not have the power to free me.
Apparently the power is in that Bleeding Citadel. Maybe I can free you from there.
Others? Maybe you can help me channelize the energy in this. I think I've worked it out.
Maybe the power from the Bleeding Citadel is enough to free you.
Or not. It will free someone else, but it will not free me.
Who's imprisoning you?
No.
Who is Bell?
The previous archdevil of this plane of existence of law.
So what? Kygon, what do you think?
I'm gonna quietly remind you what Torm said. That help this guy at our peril. Seems pretty cut and dry.
If you just touch those walls, we can channelize the energy to free me from the obelisk. There's massive boons to arcane energy, and with your powers, you can let me free. Hey. Hi.
I mean, at this point, Kygon doesn't know that there's a big ass monkey in there. He just sees some old dude in a gray robe.
You do not see a monkey. Only Manu did.
Right.
I'm just looking at Kygon. I go. I'm just looking at him with my good eye, really wide open, like, and I look back at this at Ubalax. I go, I don't trust you. What are you going to? What are you going to do to us if you're released? Can you guarantee our safety?
You can roll an insight check.
23.
And you don't have a high wisdom, he says. He seems truthful. Like, he can get you to the Bleeding Citadel. This guy knows exactly where that is.
I have high wisdom. Intel. Really low intel.
Like, he knows where that is. He sounds pretty forthright.
Okay. I was like, Kygon, let's help him. And then I turned back to him and was like, I'm going to keep my eye on you.
He's like, I can get you to someone if you can help me solve the enigma.
Son of a bitch. We have been on a wild goose chase from here to there to you. You don't know where the Citadel is?
I do know where it is. You
just
can help me by breaking me out. But you know he's truthful, that if you break him out, he'll tell you the truth.
Like, I don't want to know. I don't want you to send me to somebody who knows where it is. If you know where it is, you're telling me where it's at.
You need to break me out, and there's only one chance. Help me hold the pillars.
We'll hold the pillars, but you're telling us where the Citadel is, not sending us to somebody else.
We'll try. I just need to be free. I want to be free.
We all want to be free of this place.
So what you see is around you are like the 8 different types of arcana.
Are we smart enough to know what the 8 different
They're
types
not, but there's random runes, and I'm trying to give you a chance. You could just say, I pick one at random, and that's fine.
I say Kygon. I tell Kygon, if you see one that looks like lightning, Kygon, go to the one that looks like lightning.
Both of you roll an arcana check.
Ooh, this is going to be bad. 9.
Okay, no. 16?
16. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to let you choose. Beep bop boop bop beep bop bop. Beep bop 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 bop. Okay, you can pick between abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, or transmutation. You see them all. Do you want me to say them again?
No, I don't know what any of them mean. So, I will go with transmutation.
Okay. Okay, cool. Manu, roll a die 6.
6.
Oh boy. All right.
Or worse.
You guys both touch walls, and you guys pop out the other side. Kygon, your skin turns blue. You have blue skin.
Wasn't it already blue to begin with?
That was green.
Oh.
Manu, you take 30 points of necrotic damage.
Son of a bitch. Like, you son of a bitch!
You see this wizard. You see a wizard with his head like very, very low. And Manu, you see a wizard / giant red gorilla with his head bowed low. And he walks up to you and he's just like, I have nothing, but I can help you. I know someone who can help you if you can please free me.
Did we not just free you?
No, it didn't work.
Oh,
Whatever you guys just did, it didn't work.
Then what the F are we here for?
he needs to tell us what we need to do then. He's the
I
smart.
had it figured out.
If what we just did didn't free you, we've held up our end of the bargain. Where's the Citadel?
I don't know, but
Inside check on that.
Okay.
17.
He's not gonna help you until you free him. I mean, he's stuck here for millennia. He is not going to help you until you free him. He's like, I know someone who can help me.
Who?
Mephistopheles.
My beagle?
Yes.
That was his middle name. Mephistopheles. How can he help you?
The Mirror of Mephistar. Mirror of Mephistar can find you the answer. As he like bows his head. Go to the Mirror of Mephistar and tell them that Ubalox wants their assistance. And he puts his hands down in his head. And he points in a direction. And he points at Crickendolt.
I'm gonna walk right up to him and put my finger on his nose, and I go, I swear to all 9 hells, if you cross us, you will end here.
He's like, only the mirror. Only the mirror now can release me.
I'm just to ignore him at this point, turn around and walk away.
And that's where we'll pick up next time.
I hate you, Tim. Son of a bitch.
It's tough
Going.
with the initial phases of this thing to get to the fun parts. The fun parts are coming. I promise. The fun parts are coming.
It's just the wild goose chase of wild goose chases.
The good news is one of the maps I don't have to pull from this because you guys did a good job of role playing in the Wandering Emporium.
Well, thanks to everybody. I want to let everybody know that we're going to be attending the Wyoming Popular Wyoming Popular Culture Convention. That'll be in July. Also, possibly look out for GaryCon. We'll see about that.
Maybe a GaryCon. It won't be me. It'll be somebody else.
It's a long way away. Okay, from me. Like,
but you want to go?
Yes, but it's a long way away.
Thanks for everybody for bearing with this campaign. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
We're doing our best.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thanks everybody. Thank you to Catchild for following us during this stream, and hopefully we can get to 300 here soon. I think we can get to 300 before the end of the month. I bet you we can.
What?
I bet you we can. I bet you we can.
I'm a IG harder.
Anyways, we'll see you guys next week. Have a wonderful, have a good week. We love y'all.
Ciao.
Bye.